Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/MeSportsUnited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon. Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/MeSportsUnited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon.
Yep. Hi everyone, welcome to CIE Day 3. We're here with Tim from 100 Thieves. We're really excited to have you here. So yeah, we're going to just jump right into it. We know you do esports analytics for 100 Thieves, and really excited to have you here. And we're just going to do some like little introduction questions to get you kind of like warmed up for so people know who you are and what you do. So
Sure,
kind of like the first question that we always ask is like, what exactly do you do? What exactly
sure.
is esports analytics?
Yeah, so I am the director of esports analytics for 100 Thieves, which means basically I oversee the work we do to support our pro teams with anything related to data, software technology, whether that's helping with match preparation or working towards any roster building that'll take place in the future. Um, any of those kinds of things, stuff to make the players' lives easier, stuff to make the coaches more effective, anything to do with that in the data and software space. And I kind of came into that from a background of doing different takes on esports
Mm.
analytics in the content space or with different organizations and businesses and things like that. So um, there's a lot more you could unpack there, but that's the very basic overview.
Yeah, definitely. So how long have you been like gaming for?
Longer than I can remember. I mean, my dad introduced me to computer games, when I was very young, probably, 3, 4, 5, 6, in that kind of age range. So literally can't remember the details, but back then on a Commodore 64.
Yeah, it's pretty old. Yeah, definitely. So what's your favorite game of all time and why?
Uh, I would probably hone in on StarCraft Brood War. It's really what started, for me, it was my first competitive kind of gaming experience playing against people online and, a pure skill game kind of thing. Getting introduced to that world. And then as it grew and became kind of the first real premier esport, and began to be broadcasted in English and things like that, that's what really kind of hooked me and brought me into the space. And everything else that I've done in esports has kind of grown out of just the love of that game, both as a player and then even more so as kind of a fan and a spectator of it.
Yeah, definitely. I remember seeing Brood War being kind of like the first few like internet cafe games, especially like
Mhm.
overseas in Asia. So that's really exciting to see it like be kind of like the catalyst to the whole esports business. Um, what kind of games are you currently into now?
Mostly I play TFT because having a young family, I've got I'm married and I have kids, and with work and all of that, it's hard to put time aside for dedicated PC gaming, like even playing games of League or stuff like that is hard to capture the time for.
Mhm.
But if I could play on my phone, and I play TFT 80% of the time on my phone, I can carve 15-20 minutes out for that and still be physically present with my family a little bit. So
Yeah.
that's what I'm mostly putting my time into.
Yeah. How are you enjoying the newest set so far?
I'm still figuring it out. I had a little
Mhm.
bit of a break, and I'm only like 3 days into playing the new set, but it's definitely interesting. I can see a lot of versatility, and I think you can see it in the sets as they go along. They're learning things about the design of the game and what works and what doesn't, and really like
Yeah.
making big strides and inventing the genre in a sense. Not that they literally invented the genre, but
Yeah.
carrying it through.
Yeah. It's really cool seeing like the League characters be like adapted more into kind of like a different format. So it's really exciting to see
Yeah.
that. Yeah. So now that we've kind of like warmed you up for everything, people are just curious, like what exactly do you do like on a day-to-day basis of esports analytics? Like what's your 9 to 5 daily routine?
Yeah, so I mean, so I've been with 100 Thieves for about a month and a half now, roughly. I can't remember exactly, but so there's a bit of working that out, and every day is looking very different so far. But if I had to kind of project forward, once things have settled in that much more, there's really a mix of overseeing what other people in our area are doing. So a lot of check-ins and problem solving with each other. Uh, and then I have a certain amount of my time for kind of uh, bureaucratic kind of stuff, I guess, like
Yep.
tracking, hey, how is our stuff performing? How much is it being used? Is it having the kind of effects we're hoping it will? So that'd be a small part of my day that is a little bit more of a weekly activity than a daily. And then there's a good chunk of my time carved out for the actual kind of like technical hands-on work. Whether it's helping to just refine stuff on the actual technology we've built so far, making sure it's all running well, or creating little improvements, or actually, building new metrics and models that we can use to evaluate things in different ways, whether it's for match preparation or talent evaluation or scouting or anything like that. So
Mhm.
it's a very wide mix for me. Um, but I'd say it's more or less half and half split between kind of managerial stuff in a sense and
Yep.
and
Mhm.
kind of technical analytical work.
Yeah. So we know that you specialize a little bit into like League of Legends, sort of. But what kind of like statistics or analytics do the tools provide exactly?
I mean, I can't get into too much detail on
Yeah.
exactly what it is, but we have a mix of things between um, certain automations that just make the day-to-day work of the staff or the players more efficient and save them
Mhm.
time on not having to go out to all these different places and gather information. Information that we know that they want to get, and it's not maybe super sexy or exciting, but
Yeah. Mhm.
putting it all in one place and making it really easy. And then there are some other things that are a little bit more advanced that don't necessarily uh, have the opportunity to lift the curtain on, but um, a lot of those are kind of bigger picture, longer term projects that we're kind of exploring. So, but obviously, you'd have anything from in the League of Legends space. Which champions are people playing, and how effective are they with those champions? What's going on in other regions around the world? Tracking our scrims and what's working for us and what isn't. A lot of things in that space. So it's kind of the stuff you'd expect, but it's really what you do with it and the way you present it that I think becomes the differentiator.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've noticed that you kind of founded a League of Legends tool, Oracle's Elixir, and we're just kind of curious, like, what was your whole like idea behind it, and like, what should people be using it for when they're looking at their own gameplay or looking for these statistics?
Yeah, I think with Oracle's Elixir, which I really created as something for the fan base, right, and for
Hmm.
for storytelling around the game, right. So when I first created the website in 2015, I'd say the biggest group of people that used it, or I guess the two biggest groups were on the one hand, really hardcore fans who I think stats in sports is always like the really hardcore fans want to see. Um, how are my favorite players performing, or what are the strengths and weaknesses of my favorite team, stuff like that. But the
Yeah.
other really big group was kind of coaches and analysts, or people in the scene, sometimes certain players who have that kind of angle on the game. And so it was designed for that group to kind of be able to say, again, like strengths and weaknesses of players and teams. um, Ways to say, like, with kind of my eye test, I think this player is good at this, like I think this AD carry gets a lot of damage out in team fights. Do their numbers back it up? Yes or no? If they don't, it gives you the opportunity to kind of ask yourself that question and figure out, do you trust, what you're seeing with your eyes more? Is the number telling the more accurate story, and just forcing you to ask that question in a greater way? So with Oracle's Elixir, since it is all about the pro scene, it's less about how you can use it, I'd say, individually, and more about what ways does it give you to access different storylines on what's happening in pro games, to challenge maybe some of your assumptions about what you're seeing, and just I guess the other part that has kind of sprung up about it in the last few years is kind of the aspiring analyst group, um, that wants to use that data and figure out what they can do with it, what they can innovate, or it provides a very easy to use data set in an analyst friendly format that they can then start to build their own models, or and do their own projections, and just kind of test their technical skills, develop their technical skills. So it does a lot of different things for different people, but it's very much like a publicly focused kind of
Yeah.
resource.
Yeah, it's really great to see kind of like all the details and statistics that a lot of people might not notice in the game, especially when you're looking at like Champions Queue, for example, and all these kind of like stat lines that a lot of people refer to when they're talking about pro play. Um, when like creating these kind of tools, you obviously had experience prior to this. Did you go to school for like esports analytics or something like that?
Not specifically. So my background is in sociology, actually. So in social sciences, I finished both my undergrad and my master's degree in sociology, University of Victoria, and went from there into kind of market research a little bit and program evaluation in the public sector, and kind of transitioned into the esports scene while I was working in those spaces. It was kind of a side hustle kind of a thing.
Mhm.
So I think what really helped with my education going into that was, I didn't do that schooling or pick that major or those programs because I thought it would help me do esports analytics. I didn't even think esports analytics was going to be a thing. Um, but I focused a lot on the technical skills I could learn and the ways of thinking. I intentionally selected for courses that were about research methods or how to use statistics or things like that, because I felt they'd be the most transferable. And for sure, that has helped me. Learning how to do multivariate modeling on sociological data, learning how to do qualitative research where you are pulling together different types of observations, qualitative observations that are not, codified into numbers, but being able to synthesize that, being able to be structured about it, and come up with kind of takeaways. Like all of those kinds of things have definitely helped as an analyst, and helped as someone exploring kind of the statistical space, knowing which statistical assumptions you may be kind of playing loose with, but how to apply them properly. All those kinds of things have definitely helped. And I, when people talk about what should I do in school to get into the esports industry, I tend to recommend that kind of an approach. Like,
Mhm. Yep.
do a program or do coursework or do just personal skills development that gives you a wide range of skills you're going to learn that can be applied in different ways. And with if that gives you a chance to apply them in the esports space, great. But I don't think there's a program or a certain set of programs or disciplines that are like the esports programs or disciplines. Esports needs all kinds of skill sets, and so does the rest of the world. So make sure that you're making yourself as diverse as possible, and coming up with something unique and something that you can transfer into whatever opportunities arise.
Yeah, definitely. I think you answered definitely more than one of my questions there. Yeah, but it's really exciting to see like kind of how universities or colleges kind of teach you these kind of skills. Um, but really like what kind of skills do you think is really necessary, especially like in an analyst position that people might not know about when you're being an analyst? Because to be fair, not a lot of people know like maybe like there's hidden details about being an analyst, maybe there's hidden issues that might arise. What do you think people should be aware about when they're getting into this space?
Yeah, I think if we want to talk about analytics specifically, there are a few different angles on it that people might not always think about up front. Obviously, I think most people think immediately about what cool metrics or statistics can I
Mhm.
come up with by let me combine these different data points, and I'm going to come up with something that like is a really good power ranking of players based purely on their numbers, because that would be really useful. And yeah, if you can do that, that would be really useful. And they really focus on what am I going to do with these numbers to come up with a final output metric or whatever. But I think it's really the stuff kind of all surrounding that is what sets people apart. So, for example, knowing how to communicate your findings really, really effectively.
Yeah.
And this is true not just in sports analytics or esports analytics, but in the professional world as a whole. Communication skills, I'd say, are maybe the number one skill set you can have. Knowing how to, first of all, hear what other people are saying, hear and whether they're directly saying it or just reading between the lines on what they actually do, how they feel, what they think. Because if you come up with this number but it doesn't actually meet the need that they have or that they've expressed that they want, then they're not going to use it. It's not going to be useful. So being able to communicate both in the listening side, being able to really understand, hey, like, who are my stakeholders in this, who's my audience in this, and what, in what way are they going to understand these different numbers or these different findings, analytical findings, and then being able to turn it around and send that information to them in a way that they'll understand what you mean, they'll understand how to interpret it, how to use it, all of that. So both the listening and kind of the speaking side or the written side, super super important. And that is really regardless of what the numbers themselves are or what they say. Um, on the Going to the kind of the beginning of it, doing this kind of backwards, I think before you can do any work with the numbers to try to come up with cool stats or metrics or models, you need to know how to get this data and how to work with it. So, I've been very gratified that the kind of the free downloadable versions of the data that I put on Oracle's Elixir get used by a lot of people and they do really cool stuff with it. But if you want to go into esports analytics as like a professional discipline of some sort, you're not going to be downloading CSVs off of my website and working with that. You need to be able to know how to generate that yourself from the original data sources, because there's a lot more there, and you need to put it in the format that you need for the work that you're doing to meet your end goals. And in data science or in any kind of statistical field, I would say at least 80% of the work is cleaning up and processing the data into a state that you can actually start to work with it. And that's a very common kind of expectation or rule of thumb in data science. So if you if you're really excited about that 15 to 20% of what you're going to do with the analysis of these numbers and the final result you're going to get, you better steel yourself to get ready to do that 80% to get there in the first place. Otherwise, you're going to, I think, have a bit of a uncomfortable awakening about what
Yeah.
what the job actually entails.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we've spoken to some other people on panels, and they always talk about how esports is very like communication based and how you present yourself. So it's really cool to see that always being applied, even like the really fine details. And you mentioned a lot of like how it might translate to traditional sports. What are your thoughts about like esports teams like hiring kind of like these more like specific roles like analytics? Like for example, like back then in like 2014, I think some teams started hiring like psychologists, mental health, fitness coaches. What are kind of your thoughts about esports transforming into these kind of like traditional sport um like teams?
Yeah, I think it's a matter of kind of like time and maturity of the scene as roles like this or like business functions like this become necessary or become not so much necessary, I guess, as like supportable. Um, Obviously, when you're first starting out as kind of the industry and like going back to like the 2013, 14, 15 era, it wasn't until 2015 that every team would have a coach, I think, in like LCS
Yeah.
and North American Europe level, because the money had to be there to support it, and to some extent the money has to lead, and then the rest of the scene has to follow. But if you start that in 2015, every team has a head coach, and then what's the next layer after that, whether it has to do with kind of the physical health and
Mhm.
well-being, or the analytical side with data to help you inform it, like all these kinds of things, psychological health. They're all kind of multipliers on top of the core function, which is you need to have a roster and the best roster
Yeah.
possible, and always the majority of your budget is going to go towards signing the best possible players. And then it's all the layers on top of that, and what order do you put them in to help to multiply those players into the best performance you can. And
Yeah.
so I think analytics is one of those that's a couple layers deep in from kind of players and then like direct coaching. And then it's a little bit, every org is going to be different on what they prioritize and how much money they put into it. But I think that we're definitely getting to a point in league, and I think in certainly other esports as well. Valorant is very rapidly catching up into that space,
Yep.
in some other games that you're able to justify these kinds of layers. Obviously, in a lot of these really premier esports, you definitely have the, even if it's a part-time kind of physical health layer in there, nutrition, and just taking care of your body so that your mind can function well. I think that's kind of become a bit of a given in almost every organization to some extent. I think some form of analytics is close to that, but not every team has the capacity um, to take that on yet. But I also think it's a space where if you are a larger organization that covers more than one esports title, you can find efficiencies. And if you do things the right way, you can have certain approaches that apply across more than just one game. So you don't need to have just a League of Legends analyst. You can have an analytics group that supports your entire organization. But finding those efficiencies is a bit of a challenge. And the right kind of setup or the right kind of staff who can actually do that it's not the easiest thing to find. So
Yeah, definitely. It's really cool to see how like teams are kind of layering on as the esport and their orgs progress. Because I remember back to like 2013, I remember like for example like TSM had just like their player house with like just five
yeah.
people inside. It was just like very grassroots, and you can kind of see like the similarities with like kind of because this is like a collegiate esports panel that we kind of see that comparison being drawn now to
Mhm.
collegiate esports. So for example, we had the coach from Maryville University um whose league
Mhm.
team is very out there, and the whole Maryville esports team is very large.
Mhm.
And they obviously hired like analysts as well. But teams here in Canada don't really have that capacity. But do you think like teams in Canada, or even like collegiate teams, or even high school teams now, should start investing into kind of developing analysts or developing these kind of layered um, areas in esports that they should be integrating into their own leagues, for example, or their own teams?
Yeah, I think it's going to be pretty case by case, and as the
Mhm.
overall collegiate scene grows and expands, more funding comes in. Every program is going to need to decide when does it make sense for us to move
Yeah.
from the first. I think probably the first inclination would be, oh, we have more budget. That means we can offer a bigger scholarship, which means we get better players, right? Like that's probably
Mhm.
going to be the first place you
Yeah.
start. But then hiring a head coach, how much budget do we allocate for that? And then beyond that, I think it can go bunch of different directions. You can go into analytics, you can go into kind of health and wellness angle. I'm using it very broadly in all kinds of
Yeah.
different
Mhm.
things.
Yeah.
There are other angles you can go. You can go on the business side and say let's market our program more and invest into the marketing of that as kind of a leading on that front. But I think every program kind of needs to decide that for itself, and that's going to be to some extent coming from the school and what the strengths are there. Because if you can have, like, let's say on the marketing front, if you've got a good marketing program in your university or your college that has students who would want to be in the esports space, and maybe they can work out something with their program where they're working with the esports or the esports club or whatever it is to market that, and that becomes an elective course for them, something like that, then great. Then you're going to invest into marketing on
Mhm.
that
Yeah.
front and having a professor, engaged enough to guide that through. So, but if your school doesn't have a strong marketing program, and maybe they do have a strong like math and statistics or something from the social sciences, and they can do something more on the analytical front, I think it all depends on where do you get buy-in from the professors, where do you get buy-in from the top level of the whoever's making the policies on this, what's the vision for whoever's running your program, and where they think they can actually guide it effectively. It's going to be very case by case per program, but I think picking a direction or a couple of directions and doing it really well is probably the right way to then open up the ability to do the other ones in the future too.
Yeah, definitely. Just like specifying like what you want to really specialize in like the
Mhm.
collegiate space is really important, I think. Um, but yeah, since we're talking about the collegiate space, I know that a lot of like players and people that are in the collegiate space may want to ask this question, especially when they're talking about like esports as a whole. Is like I'm going to say like for players, I think their number one question is how do I get scouted? Because
Hmm.
that's like the biggest question that a lot of pro players have when they want to get noticed by teams or get picked up by rosters and stuff like that. So that's my first question for you is like how do
Sure.
specifically collegiate players get scouted to the scene?
Yeah, I think it's the scouting processes from different, whether it's on the pro side or in the collegiate side, are going to be quite different. So there's no, single approach that's really going to get you there. But obviously, climbing as high as you can on the solo queue ladder is probably going to be the number one way to catch people's eyes. Um, and so, reaching challenger and trying to hold there is probably the first thing you can do. Um, but since everybody's trying to do that, you need to have a differentiator of some sort. So I think the networking side is a really big part of it. playing with other players in that space, or uh, connecting with some of the coaches or people from the different programs, so they kind of know who you are and can keep an eye on you. That kind of thing can help a lot. Uh, Playing in, like, I think the proving grounds circuit in North America is starting to pick up in this space, and you have more younger players forming teams with other amateurs and competing. And if you can, win a couple of upset
Mhm.
games, or uh, get a couple rounds in on this circuit, um, and the schools notice, hey, you're a good player, and if you are kind of in that 17, 18, 19-year old range, maybe then opens some doors for you. It's really about creating visibility, and you can be visible from the solo queue ladder. You can be visible from playing in the proving ground circuit, or playing on a formal collegiate team. You can be visible by directly communicating with the people who are looking for these players, or even joining Discord servers from the scene, or other small communities of amateur and collegiate players. All these kinds of things. So you need to find a way. Social media presence could also be it, or having a Twitch stream. It's whatever makes you, number one, climbing the solo queue ladder. Number two, becoming visible in other ways as well, and then being open to those opportunities, and being a good communicator if somebody does reach out. To me, that would be my expectation of what you kind of want to do.
Yeah, that sounds great. I definitely know a lot of collegiate players are trying to climb that ladder and get noticed a lot. Um, yeah, so when players are kind of like going through the whole process of like looking at their stats, for example, I know that some players just look at their op.gg and realize, hey, I'm winning a lot on this champion.
Mhm.
But what do you think that players should be looking for when they're looking at these stats themselves? Like, let's say if I wanted to grow
Hmm.
and get challenger, what should I be looking for in my own play?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think, I, having never been a high ranked player myself, I don't know if I have the most insight into this,
Yeah.
of how it can help you with personal improvement. Um, but I think, probably trying to get a well balanced kind of statistical profile on whatever champions you're playing. Not just being really good at one thing, but obviously, if you're just straight up trying to climb solo queue, then one tricking can help with that. Uh, Having a little bit of diversity will probably help when it does come time to getting scouted, if they can see that you didn't only get there playing two champions, but if you did it on, you know, being adaptable to the meta and playing a few different things. But in terms of like whether you should look at your damage output, or whether you should look at your warding numbers, or kill participation, or any of these kinds of things, I'm not sure if I have a really clear answer there. Uh, Generally, I think if you maybe look at your numbers and compare yourself to some other players that you respect, or that play a similar way you do, and just see how your numbers match up. I mean, I guess the one kind of silver bullet would be CS numbers. if
Mhm.
you if
Yeah.
you can farm well, you're going to climb. If you don't farm well, if you don't last hit well, your ceiling's going to be capped out really hard. But like beyond, I feel like that,
Mhm.
maybe it just felt so obvious I didn't feel I needed to say it. But then I thought, okay, but it's sometimes you got to say the obvious things. But so, like, yeah, farming first, and then I guess getting your damage out, but it depends on your role. But yeah, compare yourself to other players who play a similar way you do. See how their stats, if there are certain areas that they're higher than you are, and try to understand why that might be an important thing. Um, that's probably what I would look at to start. But I don't think there's like a really obvious like set of numbers that if you can maximize these, then you're gonna do well, kind of thing. It's a little more subtle than that.
Mhm. Yeah, definitely. I feel like a lot of players kind of just like lean towards that kind of ideology of just like looking at their numbers and comparing, and then growing kind of like an ego based around that. Yeah. So what do you think? What do you notice that some teams might do wrong when looking at these numbers, or when they're getting coached, or when they're doing VOD reviews? What kind of things do you notice a lot of teams do that's wrong, or any mistakes that they do?
I think when it comes to stats and how to use them, I think there's sometimes some dangerous mistakes you can make around trying to connect numbers to win rate too much, and say, well, so for example, sometimes people will separate metrics into, here are our stats and wins, and here are our stats and losses. And if so, we need to, the stats that are high in our wins, we need to focus on that and do more of that. But like, I think that getting the causality right is a big deal, especially in league, but I think this applies to other places. um, in league, given that you can win a game 15 minutes in and then take another 15 minutes to close it, you can effectively have the game won, especially in organized play. you can get a lot of situations where the fact that you won the game caused these numbers to go up. It's not that you got you did really well in these numbers, therefore you won, right? Like, so let's just take
Mhm.
dragons as an example. If you have a huge gold lead and that allows you to stack the dragons on the way to winning, then you might say, oh, look, in our wins, we have a lot of dragons, therefore we should get dragons and that'll help us win. But the story might actually be, well, you got a big gold lead early that allowed you to win every fight, so they didn't even fight you, therefore you got all the dragons for free. And it isn't actually the dragons that won you the game, it was the early gold lead you got. So that's a very simplistic take on it, but I think understanding how the causality actually works in these numbers, um, understanding that uh, I mean, even something like if you have really high damage numbers because of being on a poke champion, that doesn't mean that you're really good at doing damage. It means you play on a
Mhm.
poke champion. It's like no, really peeling apart that causality. And I think there are not enough people around the pro scene that really go from that foundational level on the numbers and try to understand, what does this number actually mean? Where does it come from? What causes it? What does it cause in turn? Uh, and
Mhm.
are too quick to jump to trying to pull meaning out of numbers when they don't totally fully understand the component pieces of it. Uh, so that's probably like it's a bit of a tricky thing to untangle in terms of some landmines in esports stats, but I think it's the same with any other discipline, right? Like you need to have a completely foundational understanding of what each number actually means and where it comes from before you can
Mhm.
start
Yeah.
making composites of them or layering them together in complex ways, and potentially get yourself in trouble of weird interactions that don't actually make sense in the end.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like there's a lot of like strange kind of numbers that people bring up all the time. Like for example, I think in the Valorant scene, for example, a lot of stats were brought up recently and it was kind of trending on Twitter for a while. For example, like Sentinels, if tens died in the first if tens died on Sentinels first, they lost 80% of the rounds. That happened. I noticed that you mentioned like some stats that some people might overlook or oversee. Are there any kind of like any pet peeves that you notice that a lot of teams do when bringing up these stats or analytics?
Hmm. Yeah, I'm not sure if there's anything with like specific teams or the way they use numbers, but no, I think you also have to differentiate between numbers that are interesting for storytelling and for like
Mhm.
broadcasts and things like that. Like I think
Yeah.
the number, like you said, with tens, if tens is the first death, they lose all the time. I think that's like a really cool story to track. And then
Mhm.
when you're watching a Sentinels game, you're going to be watching tens, and given that he's the star player, um, you know, giving people reasons to watch him is probably a good thing. And then you can watch, oh, he had the first death. Oh no, we're in big trouble. And you get, gives you a little bit more ability to kind of ride the emotional roller coaster of the game in an informed way. But in terms of actual analysis, that's a different audience. Therefore, you need different
Yeah.
numbers. And I don't, so I haven't done those numbers enough to know, but like, I'm pretty sure if you lose the first kill, you're probably going to lose maybe 70% of the rounds or 60% of the rounds, and maybe 80 isn't that big a deal comparatively to normal to any other player, right? That's the
Mhm.
kind of thing that you need to know the context on. But when it's just for storytelling on a broadcast, I think that's great. I have no issue with that. Um, Again, it just depends on your audience and your use case. So I think it's easier to come up with things that broadcasts do with numbers that might rub me a little bit of the wrong way, since I tend to be the audience that wants to use it in the analytical way, not in the storytelling way. In terms of what teams do, I think they are more likely to hold their kind of cards close to their vest and not necessarily let you see it in the first place, unless they're doing a piece of content for marketing purposes and exposing some stats for that, which isn't necessarily
Mhm.
going to be their real stats, because they don't want everybody to see those. So it's a little hard to unravel the layers on that. But yeah, if there are uses of stats that bother me, they're more likely to be on the broadcast front rather than on the team front.
Mhm. Yeah, I noticed that a lot of broadcasts typically like highlight these kind of storylines and everything like that.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. So let me just pull up some more questions real
Yeah, I
quick.
mean, an example, if you do want to get into an example of one that kind of bothers me a little bit,
Mhm.
or just like things that I think could be done differently or done in more useful ways. So, for example, League of Legends for a while on broadcast, they've used something called forward percentage, which is the
Mhm.
amount of time in between 3 and 15 minutes. I think they still use 3 and 15. They might have switched to 14 minutes. But the amount of time that a player spends past the halfway mark of the map, meaning like a straight line through the river diagonally across the map, And if you spend a lot of time past that line, then they say, hey, you're kind of in control of your lane. And I've always thought, why do we need to set a fixed line on that and count? If they're standing on this side of the line, you're counting that second. If they stand, 100 units to the left, now it's not being counted, when really those are effectively the same thing. And I've always thought, you don't need to turn this into a number, just heat map it. Make a
Mhm.
map and show, do they spend a lot of time standing here or here or here, and how much, and heat map the back and forth. Or same thing with jungle proximity that they do. How much time do you spend close to your jungler? Well, draw some breadcrumbs of where the jungler moves and present that visually. These are not, to me, they've never been numeric stats. They've been something presented visually, and you get so much more insight and use out of it. And there have been certain small broadcasts that have done heat mapping of this kind of stuff, and I thought, well, that's way more interesting. Or in some cases, it's not, and then you don't, then you don't display it, right? You don't draw anything from it. But things like that of being willing to think outside the box and innovate a little bit and present information in different ways, because analytics and stats are not just numbers. Turn this into a percentage, turn that into a plus minus. It's also many other forms of data visualization that can be very useful. So that's one that has kind of bothered me for a few years, that they've never iterated on that,
Yeah.
or taken the logical next step of what to do with that data.
Yeah, I've noticed that some stats may seem really like outdated, like the way they present it. So it's really cool to see like different teams kind of like change the way they view it. And yeah, you notice like you talked about tools like for like heat mapping and everything. What kind of tools do you use on like a daily basis to help outline these statistics, or when you're doing like a review of a game?
So when I'm doing exploratory analysis, like let's say I'm designing a new model or something like that, I usually do my exploratory work in a stats program called Stata. Um, it's similar to an SPSS or various other stats packages. R is another one that's open source. I have a copy of Stata from when I was in university, and I'm comfortable with it, so I use that. But any of these will do kind of the same job. You just got to figure out how they work exactly. So I'll output data from my database in the kind of the shape I need it. I'll feed it into Stata. I'll iterate through different versions of the models and kind of diagnose them. And then I'll move into, if I'm going to productionalize this and like automate it to update regularly, I'll write that in Python personally, and just do a Python script. And depending on the application for it, maybe I'll output stuff into Excel and make a chart in Excel. Like that
Yeah.
works fine if it's just like so that I can make something and send it to somebody. If I'm going to make it so that it can be displayed on a website, then I'll actually code this in whatever the website's being done with, usually some form of JavaScript, to just have an automated way to display and update this chart as the data changes. So it depends on whether it's being done for a fully automated, like this has to go all the way from pulling the data to presenting it on a web front end. Then you do it all that way, and it takes a lot longer. If it's just we have a specific question we want to ask for a specific purpose, and we want to like explore this, then I'll iterate something in Stata, output it into Excel, make a chart, send it over, or a table. But those are some of the different ways that I personally do it.
Yeah, that's really great. I know that most people probably just use like Excel sheets and then they try to like transfer to other programs. So it's really cool to see that kind of process being done.
Using more complex tools feels sophisticated
Yeah.
and great, but it's not necessary. Like if you can use a spreadsheet to get your job done, go ahead, use a spreadsheet, and don't feel that's any less valid or exciting than using R, or you know pulling up a data visualization platform like Tableau or Power BI or whatever it's going to be. Like use whatever gets your job done, and then learn those tools if you think they're going to be useful in your career. Sure, go ahead and use them, but just for the sake of using them, I never really advocate for more complex or kind of higher barrier to entry tools. Just because they can do more things doesn't mean you need those things.
Yeah, exactly. It's always like simplicity and what you're comfortable with doing all the time is probably like the best way to do. Um, let's see what else. Yeah, we kind of like breezed through a lot of the questions, so I'm just gonna think of some on the spot. But yeah, when looking at these kind of like different programs that you did mention, and also like the way you've learned through like education, do you think there's like a value in having esports be kind of like a program in universities or colleges? Because a lot of the big talk right now is people want to really develop these degrees specializing in esports. So for example, here I'm at TMU in Toronto, and we have like esports broadcasting, esports like marketing, for example, being coming up soon. Do you think there's a need for these specialized programs at like a post-secondary level?
I think it depends on a lot of things. I think given that esports is an industry that involves a lot of different areas, involves marketing and business development, and then competitive analytics or coaching or whatever it's going to be. I think those component skill sets to me are what matter. And having skill sets that can be applied in different ways. So if you have an esports program that allows people to focus in a certain area, I think that's great, and puts that kind of like a subject matter flavor that inspires them and motivates them and gives them a direction to run in.
Yep.
I think that's great, right? I think so. When I was coming up through sociology, for example, we'd have a lot of different uh, course options, say sociology of the family, sociology of I don't know religion, sociology of the environment, and but the whole point was we're learning sociology the whole way through.
Yep.
I think that's one approach that you can have. I think that uh, to the extent that you have then a program that is family studies and you have a course that is sociology of the family, like it's a little bit of a different angle on it. So are
Mhm.
you getting a degree in family, like family studies, or are you getting a degree in sociology? What's it going to be? I think both approaches can be valid. I think you need to be able to demonstrate like uh um what is your end goal with this program, uh and what in what way are you going to put all these pieces together at the end of the day you have a cohesive thing that you've learned. Because if you're getting an esports degree, and you've done one marketing course and one statistics course and one course in I don't know like how to coach people or be an effective communicator, one course in like writing, and at the end of the day you have a very diverse set of skills but it's a little less focused onto something. I think that can work, and if that's what you're working towards, that's great. It's a little bit of a personal bias that I focus more on what are the component skills you're learning rather than what's the subject area you're doing it within. I very rarely took opted to take a sociology of the family kind of course if I could take a qualitative research methods course that could be applied to whatever subject area I wanted. So I think both approaches can be valid, but it depends on the scope of your esports program and what your school is trying to achieve in it, and what how clearly you can communicate. Here's the end result of going through this program and what you have at the end of it. If you want to be a very diverse person, then doing a program that is anchored in a subject area, or like a kind of a topic space like esports, that can work to generate some very diverse, well-rounded people, and that's super valuable in the workspace. Being able to do a lot of different things well. If you want to be able to though get a marketing degree, I would mostly like if you want to be really good in marketing, you'd probably want to tag the esports on as part of that rather than doing esports first and then trying to find marketing inside that. So I'm not sure how clearly that communicates, but I think a lot of different approaches are valid as long as you have a clear vision for what it's going to achieve at the end of it for the student.
Yeah, definitely. I think like the biggest take from that is just like the transferable skills you learn from all these different courses. That I think is really important that people should be looking into. Mhm. And yeah, like we obviously know you work for 100 Thieves. Like, how has that been processed? Like working with them. How did you get started working with them, and how has it been so far?
Yeah, I think so. My journey into joining 100 Thieves, it really came from having done a lot of different things in this space. I've
Yeah.
worked with kind of third party companies that are doing things kind of on top of esports, whether it's a subscription platform that teams or players could kind of sign up to get tools and
Yep.
analytics that might help them. Um, you know, Things more on the business side of it, fan engagement stuff. Uh, so a combination of analytics and just like straight up software development for some of these things, some consulting or contracting for different types of things. Then I've also done a lot in the content creation space, where I did analytical content about which teams and players are performing well or what should you watch for, that kind of thing. Having done all those different things and worn those different hats, and I think a lot of it focused on kind of communication, that led to a place where um, I had a growing kind of urge or itch to be on the competitive side, to be kind of first party esports rather than third party esports.
Yeah.
Um, and so as I had some kind of other contracts and things I was doing winding down, I kind of put some feelers out there and said, hey, I'm looking for kind of my next challenge. I'm looking for what or I've got some space for some other kinds of contracts, and that led to, on the networking front, I had relationships with some people who were in a lot of different organizations, but including the 100 Thieves organization, and they were kind of looking for someone with a similar profile to me. So it was kind of good timing. Um, that they kind of saw me putting those feelers out there and reached out, and so we started talking about, hey, what are they trying to accomplish, and what am I looking to be able to do, what motivates me, and we found there was a match there. And given that I like to be diverse, I like to do a lot of different things, things from designing and developing, a program in the sense of not like a computer program, but like a what are we trying to achieve all together as a team, and how do we all fit into that. So a little bit more of that administrative side of things, or project management side of things, while also layering in the technical side, being able to innovate new statistical approaches or new ways to visualize data. Um, and I find being able to mix in things in my week and do different things, wear different hats, and also be an innovator, uh, that's really what motivates me. So with a push, there's a lot of things that we do in the League of Legends side, but other, we also have LA Thieves in Call of Duty, and we've got our Valorant team, and we have some other game titles that we're engaged in. Being able to kind of explore those spaces, and see, hey, what are the new frontiers we can break through there? What data can we access, and how can we use it to help our team perform better, or make better decisions as an organization going forward? I think that opportunity to innovate into those spaces was a big part for me that was exciting about the opportunity to join 100 Thieves and work with them and break some new ground. So uh, yeah, it was kind of a long and winding journey that led to that partnership coming
Yeah.
together,
Mhm.
and the timing was
Yeah.
good, and yeah, really excited about kind of the futures of what we're working on, and where we're headed together.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, you mentioned some other titles that 100 Thieves are a part of, like Valorant, and also like the Call of Duty League. What are some titles that you're really interested in working with?
Um, I think those two specifically are areas that I'm personally excited. I have done a lot on the league side, but those two games are ones that I'm spending some of my time getting to know better, playing and watching, and being able to speak the same language as the coaches and the players, because I think having that kind of subject matter knowledge and authenticity is really important. You can't come into a space where you don't know the really detailed ins and outs of the game and expect to be able to analyze it effectively. Like, I've never been a believer that you need to be a high ranked player in the game to be able to be an analyst in it,
Yep.
but you need to understand the game, whether or not you can execute it with your own, with your own hands, your own mouse and keyboard. I think it's helpful to be able to play it at that high level and have that same experience as the players. But more importantly to that, you need to be able to have really fundamental, foundational knowledge of how the game works, how to communicate about it in a way that the players and the coaches will understand. So I'm working on bringing some of those skills up, while also familiarizing with the data and understanding, like I was saying before, what exactly does this data point represent? How is it generated? Where does it come from? How does it interact with these other data points? Uh, a lot of those kinds of things. Like in Valorant, knowing how does this piece of utility work? How does a KO nade function? Um,
Mhm.
what kind of Z axis does it function on? Like that kind of stuff, so that you can know if you're going to visualize this data, or if you're going to ingest a data point that is capturing something to do with that. What is it actually measuring? Not what do I think it's measuring, or I hope it's measuring this, and I'm going to create this metric that captures that. You need to know, and you sometimes go into the game and test it, and then look at the data afterwards if you have access to that kind of thing. Oh, okay, it didn't register data in this situation, but it did in that. Um, Getting all of those, that's a real long grind to develop a really strong understanding of the data on that level and of the game on that level. But if you don't do it, then your end results are never going to be as good as they need to be.
Definitely. I noticed that a lot of games are very specific in kind of like what audience they're trying to target, and like how that data is used, and also how like complex the game is. For example, like a lot of people draw comparisons with like Dota and League, for example, and how
Mhm.
different systems work. But yeah, talking about like kind of like going to like and experiencing new things, and like going back to new industries. What have what other like analysts or people in the industry have you really looked up to when you're growing as a analyst?
Yeah, it's a good question. I think, as with anyone, who's doing anything in sports or esports analytics, you look at baseball as the kind of the
Yeah.
the shining star of what can be done with statistics in sports. And so people who write in that space, you have the really like the famous ones. Bill James was the father of this, and you have Nate Silver, who's the face of this kind of like predictive modeling in
Mm.
sports or
Yeah.
whatever, and also politics and that kind of stuff. And so, like, I'll keep tabs on the kind of work that they've done, but it's really less about individuals and who I follow in that, and more about the ideas that I'll come across. Oh, this idea came out, and I might pay attention to who the idea came from, but it's more about evaluating the idea on its own merits. Uh, so that's kind of the approach that I tend to take to it. And anything to do with, I think I get really excited about trying to draw kind of causal chains or analytical chains between an action and how it influences the ability to win.
Yep.
And I was saying before, like League of Legends is a really big problem with this of how can you untangle the action that led to the win versus the winning state that led to this number getting changed, because you just have built in the snowball effect of, hey, when I kill you I get more golden experience, therefore I'm stronger, which means the next time I kill you it was literally easier to kill you. So those two kills are not the same data point.
Mhm.
You don't Luckily you don't have as much of that in some of these other games where there isn't that scaling of, you have economy and Valorant of the money you earn going into the round, but you can isolate that a little bit. um, in baseball, you don't have any of that. Every action is
Yeah.
repeated over and over and over again. And sure, the players might get tired over the course of a game, but it's not like every time you get a hit, your bat gets bigger, right? So you're able to isolate that, and that's why baseball is kind of the sport that everybody aspires to. As Look what they can do they can every single pitch or every single hit, they can connect that very clearly in a causal chain out to winning a game, because they can say it has this likelihood of generating a run at the end of the day, or leading to a state that is this much more favorable for generating a run, and runs translate to wins at this direct causal relationship. So I think when you're doing stats in sports or esports that are different from baseball, you need to kind of scale back your expectations of, for example, wins above replacement in baseball, where you can create every single action the player takes, you can tie that
Mhm.
to a likelihood of generating a win. If you can't do that, and to the extent that you can't do that, just by the nature of the game in other ones, you have to scale back, kind of like, what's the complexity of the final output we're going to reach. And the better you can understand what is actually possible with the nature of our game and sport, the nature of the data it generates, and therefore our final product is going to look like this in the analytical space. That's when you're going to like be able to communicate the right expectations, um, to your final audience on it, of what you can do, and what types of use you're going to get out of that.
Yeah, definitely. I think baseball's definitely been a big inspiration for a lot of analytical people. I assume you watched like Moneyball before, right?
Of
Definitely.
course.
Yeah, it's really cool to see like those numbers kind of translate, and how diverse esports has become because you bring in so many of these different factors, right?
Yeah, but like
Yeah.
managing those expectations, I think, are a big part of it, especially to uh, elements of your audience that might say, "Oh, all we need to be able to achieve what baseball has is just time," because they've been doing it for decades and decades, right?
Yeah.
Oh, look, they started with Moneyball, and to a certain extent, or went from Bill James to Moneyball to what we have today, and look how many decades that took. So if we have the same number of decades, we'll get there too in our game. We'll get there in League of Legends, but you need to be able to explain, not just a matter of, well, we just haven't time to get there. No, it's not a matter of we haven't had time to get there. It's a matter of, this is a fundamentally different game that is measured in fundamentally different ways, and operates on a whole different, you know, set of internal rules, where you cannot do that same thing. You can do so, try to do different things, come up with the models and the metrics that fit what League can do and what League needs us to do. Don't try to replicate the level of baseball metrics or the style of baseball metrics into a game that is not baseball. I think that's a really important thing to be able to communicate to audiences and to internal stakeholders, and to other kinds of contexts.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so we're just gonna wrap up with some of our last few questions. So let's just say if I was fresh out of university or college and I played some games, I don't have too much experience in like pro play, but I really wanted to get into esports analytics. What would your first steps be to really get into that scene?
Yeah, I think just developing the right technical skills, developing, assuming that you've got now your pretty solid game understanding of how does this game function kind of under the hood, and what kinds of things can be measured and what do they mean. Now it's developing the technical skills to be able to translate those ideas by learning how to access data, learning how to shape that data into the way you need it to be able to work with it, learning how to apply different kinds of statistical tests or processes to it to get outputs, how to interpret those, how to communicate the interpretations. All of those technical skills are the next thing, and it's something that I think you can. Hopefully, you've been learning while you're in school, whether you're taking stats courses, whether you're taking kind of social science courses that involve that type of analysis. Um, a lot of different programs would have things that would help you in this space, but or whether it's just something you do on your own. Look up tutorials on how to process data, how to pull in data from APIs, um, how to set up a database. Uh, in learning kind of the underlying things. I think don't one of the cautions that I would put on people is don't try to jump to like data science tutorials of how do I generate a machine learning model. Well,
Yeah. Hmm.
if you don't know the steps leading up to that of how to get the data, how to clean the data, um, how to know which kind of statistical assumptions are being included when you use this model or that approach, then I think you're going to get in like you're going to land in some big black box scenarios where I put this data that I don't fully understand into a system or a process that I don't fully understand, and I got these metrics at the end that I think I understand.
Yeah. Hmm.
Understand each of those processes along the way, and then you're actually going to get some real value out of it.
Yeah, definitely. Um, mhm. Yeah, definitely learning all these like different tools and everything. What would you say would be like the ideal, like kind of like first job getting into esports analytics be?
A first job, I mean, it's so situational. I think right now there isn't really a clear pipeline of where those types of jobs are or how many of them there are or where you're going to find them. I think, if you want to work inside a team, you need to keep an eye on kind of their job postings to whatever extent they post those publicly. I'd say, if you wanted to work in analytics for 100 Thieves, you'd keep an eye on our website because we will do public job postings if and when we have people to hire into that space. But in the meantime, it's a matter of just enhancing your skill set, building up your resume the best you can, and not just being able to say on a resume, "Hey, I can do statistics because look, I have these two courses in stats from school."
Yeah.
But having some kind of a portfolio project that says, "Look, and here's an example of me doing that," whether that's public or not, it can be totally private, and you just share a link. Like, let's say you have a GitHub repository where you did this, and you
Yeah.
can share that as part of your job application. We can look at it and say, okay, now I see that you actually understand how to write code that does this, or how to specify a model, and that you actually have understood which kinds of metrics are going into that and what the output is. Having actual work that'll differentiate you from other people. Um, you want to have both kind of the list of things and experience and education on your resume that says, look, I know what I'm talking about and I have a proper background in it, but also the practical side of, look, I have actually done this with some real data, and proven that I can generate some value with this, and that's what's going to kind of set you apart from other people. It can be public content. I think that's a great way to. I think public content is a great way to both add something to your portfolio, but also make yourself visible, similar to a player getting scouted. If you want to get scouted as an analyst, so to speak, do some public content that meets a need people have or tells a story that people are interested to hear with data, uh, and that'll catch the eyes of the people who potentially would want to hire in the future as well. So you're kind of killing two birds with one stone there. But that's those are some areas that I think can be really helpful if you want to break into the industry.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of collegiate players and just anyone in the industry will definitely take that advice. And I think it's really good to know kind of like the pipeline that you want to go through. But yeah, we're kind of nearing the end of the panel. So I just want to wrap it up and ask you if you wanted to shout anyone out, if you have any kind of final thoughts, and what's next for you. What are you planning? What's your next big steps for 100 Thieves?
Yeah, I think I just want to, I guess, shout out the 100 Thieves organization and where we're headed. That I'm appreciating the opportunity that I have in this company to see where we're going and how I can
Hmm.
contribute to it. I think where we're headed, we have some really big long term goals. One of the things I appreciate about 100 Thieves as an organization and why I was excited to join them is how long term the organization thinks, that we're not just trying to win matches right now from day to day or week to week, but what are we building up to be in the best possible position 1 year, 3 year, 5 years from now,
Hmm.
um, both competitively by developing talent and having pipelines for that, but also as a business, right? Having these branches of the business that are designed to generate revenue in or build up the fan base with content, with apparel, with all these other things that the company does, all to create the best possible foundation for the long term, and not just for the next 6 months or for the next 6 weeks. So that's what I'm excited to be part of, and to spend my time working towards those long-term foundations and things that'll make us stable and effective for years to come.
Yep. And then just one final question: where can people find you?
Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter at Tim Sevenhuisen, or that's really the main place. And I'm not quite as active on there as I was before I joined 100 Thieves, because I'm not really doing things in the content space anymore. But um, do that. Check out Oracle's Elixir if you want to get public data, or join kind of our Discord community there. We need more 100 Thieves fans to represent, because we're a little too diverse right now in that community. So let's wait that deck a little more.
Yeah, I mean, hopefully people will apply to 100 Thieves. And yeah, thanks for coming onto the panel. We really appreciate kind of what knowledge you gave us today, and it's really helpful. I feel like a lot of collegiate players and people in the space that really want to break into tier 1 orgs will definitely appreciate the advice. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you soon again. But yeah, we're going to move on to our next panel. We're going to take a short break, and the next panel will be for broadcasting and show producers. The show must go on after all. So we'll see you next time.
Thank you.
Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/MeSportsUnited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon. Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/mesportsunited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon.
Welcome back to CIE Day 3. We're back with another panel. This panel is The Show Must Go On. It's all about broadcasting and show producers. Today with me, we have three really special guests that have been working in the esports industry for broadcast and production. So we have with me Kai. If you want to just introduce yourself real quick and
Hi.
what kind of stuff you
Hi,
do.
everybody. Thank you for having me on this panel. My name is Kai. I am currently one of the associate broadcast producers at Super Elite Gaming. I run most of their shows, and I'm also usually their graphics op and main general creative. I help with the creative a lot. Outside of that, for the most part, I am a freelance observer and producer, working mostly with League of Legends. If you watch TFT with Riot, all of the Teamfight Tactics shows are me, as well as I work sometimes in now recently Fortnite and PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, that's really great to hear. And next is Timor. Yep, and then finally we have Sam.
Hi guys, my name is Sam Morris. Previously the CEO of Space Productions. We just recently got acquired by Real Time Strategies and rebranded to Space Time Strategies, where I am now the head of online broadcast operations, which basically entails making sure all our online shows function smoothly, as well as various executive functions to make sure the company runs smoothly.
Yeah. So now that we know who everyone is, I'm just going to ask some basic introductory questions just so the viewers can get to know you a little bit better. So for everyone, how long have you guys been gaming for? We'll start with Kai.
I think I've been gaming for. I remember I went to the public library because they started renting out Wii games. Got a Wii from a friend, and I think my first game was Twilight Princess back when I was 9 or 8 years old. I would have been 9 years old. And I remember I sat down on the couch and just played it continuously for like hours, and it's been gaming since then. What do you play on the PS2? Oh, fun.
Classic.
Mhm.
I remember playing the monkey catch one. I don't remember the name of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, it's been pretty much exclusively PC even from day one. I had a GameCube for a little while, but my friends always used to joke that I had the worst taste in games. I was literally kept renting from Blockbuster because that's how old I am at this point. The shitty games that no one else wanted, and so I would always play like the games like the original Pikmin. People hate on that a lot, but I loved the original Pikmin. Beyond that, PC, I really came into PC when the Orange Box was around, and I remember being scared of the Combine in Half-Life 2 and their mask and their like ominous voice and stuff like that. I was playing games that 13-year-old Sam really should not have been playing. I remember my mom looking over my shoulder and seeing Team Fortress 2 and the demo man just blowing up and there's gore and blood everywhere. And she's just like, Sam, what? And like freaking out at me. And that's when me playing too much video games started to become a problem very quickly after that. And yeah, ever since then, it's been basically League of Legends since beta. Actually, I remember installing LOL.exe and thinking it was a virus back when Heroes of New Earth was an actual contender for that title. And yeah, still been playing League of Legends ever since. It's the golf for esports.
Yeah, it sounds great. I mean, everyone here has kind of been like playing games since childhood, and it's been really like important for a lot of us. I feel like getting into that. Since we've played so many games, what is your all-time favorite game and why?
I'll go first.
Okay.
Beat Saber. Sam looks very shocked at my answer.
Yes, very much so.
Why? Why are you
It's
so
so
surprised?
new and it's so it's too physical for me. I get exhausted after
Okay.
5 games.
I love Beat Saber because I'm a really big rhythm gamer. I've been playing Osu. I was playing Osu semi-competitively from the age of like 14 to 17, and I would play for like hours a day. But Osu kind of destroyed my wrists, and I also have a background in dancing, and I've been dancing since I was 4. So having Beat Saber, which combined my love of rhythm games, dancing, and VR all at the same time, was really, really amazing. And so I've been playing Beat Saber since it came out, basically. I do wish there was better modding.
Yes.
But most of the time I try to win. It's a good game because like I don't play a lot of games. When I play a game, I'll play that game for like a long time. Cause like back on the PS2, I had Lord of the Rings. I had like 2 games. I had Lord of the Rings, and I don't remember what the other one was. On the PSP, I only had 1 game. It was Spider-Man. On PC, I've only played like 3 or 4 games. I've played League of Legends, TFT, uh, what else? Phasmophobia with friends. But like, yeah, I haven't played a lot of games. But yeah, I have to say League of Legends because it's one of the few I've played.
Nice. And then for me, I think Gary's Mod was my all-time favorite title ever. I think I've put 4,000 hours into that. And every time I say this, everyone's like, "Oh, I love Prop Hunt. I love Prop Hunt." And I'm like, "No, I did not play Prop Hunt. I despise Prop Hunt with a fiery passion. I was all about this mod called Space Build, and is basically you get a chance to like build your own spaceships and like put the props together. And there was these ships that were like 150 props or something like that, and then you take off and they just kind of fall apart. And it was just this giant mess of just hilarity and fun. Building these spaceships, getting together with like 4 or 5 people, and then having these spaceship fights that usually resulted in the server crashing because Gary's mod was not built for this at all. But it made some very creative solutions and really kind of drove me towards a lot more of like the programming side of stuff. It's what inspired me to get a computer science degree early on in my like childhood, because there was this stuff called Expression 2 where you could basically program your own things into the game as long as you knew how to. So I saw all these people doing incredible stuff, and I was like, I want to do that. And so I learned a lot of like fundamental programming in the beginning of Gary's mod, and then I even expanded into becoming kind of like a developer, building like different mods and stuff like that. And then I ended up getting a game design degree. So Gary's mod is responsible for me not choosing to go into biomedical engineer, much to the dismay of my parents, and instead going into game dev.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like everyone has kind of like a various like backgrounds about like why it's all why their all-time favorite game is like so popular and why it's like impacted them. But as of right now, like what games are you guys currently into?
I think we can all say League of Legends.
Yeah.
Don't want to
Until
put words in
recently, I
everyone's mouth.
couldn't say that
Oh.
because I wasn't playing for the longest time. But recently, as I kind of start hanging out with people more online, because outside of esports and working, I'm usually like a Smash player, so I don't play online. Um, but recently, I've started playing more. But outside of that, my usual game to go to is probably I've been playing a lot of Muse Dash and a lot of Slay the Spire, especially because
Yes.
Slay the Spire recently had a huge fan made mod called Downfall, which lets you play as the reverse. Because normally you climb up to defeat the boss. So there's a new mod with like 7 new characters that lets you play as the boss, and you have to go defeat the original cast. And so it's been really, really fun to explore all of that. And it's incredible that, all of this stuff was made by fans for the entire game. It feels like a whole new game.
For me, I've been playing League of Legends, as we said, right? But like the reason I think I'm playing this is I have a lot of friends on it, and I don't want to like disconnect from my friends. Like every time they're playing, they'll like invite me over. I'll join. We'll have fun. We'll play ARAMs. We'll play. We'll end some league in ranked flex. Yeah, sometimes I got placed in Iron once. It was fun. Yeah,
Gotta
but
start that
like
climb
yeah,
somewhere.
you gotta climb somewhere. Thing is, one like season 8, I think I lost all my placement games, and then I finished the season in gold. I went from iron to gold. That was my highest climb ever. I was so proud of that. I never played ranked again.
Definitely, just gotta get that victorious skin. But
Yeah.
yeah. Yeah, talking about all these kind of different games, I guess we can pivot towards what game got you into broadcasting and production?
League of Legends again. No, the thing.
No.
So I used to play a lot of Clash Royale on my phone, right? And then I found out that you can actually grab Clash Royale data from the internet. That's what got me into building game APIs. And then I built my very first Clash Royale Discord bot. And then later on, I found out that I started playing League after that, and then I found out you could do the same thing with League. Then I started working a lot with League APIs, creating Discord bots, and then the pig ban overlays, which I showed off to my friends at university, and that's where I met James. He started the OPSE. He's like, "Why don't you create overlays for us?" And I started working with them with creating overlays for like League of Legends with like real time stuff. It's really fun. Yeah.
And then Kai or Sam?
I'll go, sure. I think the first thing that got me into broadcast and production, outside of working on shows, because I'm getting currently my degree in theater production, which involves a lot of, the similar things, but in a more live world, was actually the pandemic and starting to do panels like these. I started back in 2020 with the creation of the Intercollegiate Game Network, which I helped make. We started doing panels, and I said, hey, this is pretty fun. And it's kind of been like that since. And then I really got into observing and producing when somebody by the name of Joe Physics, who is the producer of the Tyler One Championship series, messaged me and was like, hey, come learn how to observe, and never looked back.
I have a significantly longer story that I'm going to try and abridge as best as possible. I've been in esports for about 6 years,
I've heard
7 years now. TLDR is University of Utah. I got there, I started playing Hearthstone. Someone picked me up and was just like, hey, you do cool graphics, come do them for our club. My club job led into working for TESPA as a tournament admin, which then I started doing graphic design more often. So I turned into a graphic designer at TESPA. I started seeing a lot of the broadcast side that they were doing and realized that I could do some really cool automated graphics. I first started out with like actual like scripting and doing some automated graphics. Then I found vMix at DreamHack. I've been to every DreamHack except for since Dallas. Ever since then, I was working the main stage for it. And that's what really got me into broadcast. It wasn't a specific game. It was me going behind the scenes and being like, this is so cool. Like, this is the perfect intersection of like me, like my engineering side, my graphics side, and then like the creative side and like leadership side for me to put together and like bring into running a show. Because there's nothing more fulfilling than that absolute controlled chaos of running a show and like producing a show. Not just like the like more simple like 4 to 5 man shows, but when you start getting into like we did like one of the first Ignition series for like PAX Online, and that was I think a crew of about 25 people behind the scenes, and I was the lead producer for that, and just calling the shots and trying to understand everyone's role and understand what everyone's pressures are and alleviating them and still putting on the best fucking show possible is a stress that is so fun that I can't find anywhere else, and I absolutely love it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I feel like that rush is what everyone kind of like craves when they're in production and like really drives that passion forward. But talking about like the whole passion between like the whole like broadcast industry, was broadcast something that you always wanted to do? Like in the previous panels, we talked about, hey, did you go to school? Because our previous panel had Tim from 100 Thieves who did esports analytics. But the question we always ask is like, did you go to school for this? Did you always want to do this? But we found that most people didn't actually want to do this from the beginning. So my question for you guys is, did you want to do this from the beginning?
No, not at all. Oh my goodness. When I first started in esports, I was an Overwatch player.
Hey.
On one of the semi-competitive teams. And then from that, I went into doing internal relations at UBC Esports and running the high school program there. And so I always thought that I would go into something much more collegiate, much more like grassroots, and working with like people at schools, trying to advocate for having esports programs in high schools and whatnot. And then from that, I thought I was going to go into social media. Outside of all of this, I thought I was going to become a lighting designer, but I also wanted to become a lawyer. I also wanted to become an operating room nurse. So I had no idea where the hell I was going to be. If you told me at the start of university back in 2018 that I would be here doing producing, observing, and now with Sam, hopefully technical directing, I did you just I would have never like expected this ever. So yeah, it's been a very roller coaster journey, but I'm glad to be here.
I joined university to become a full stack developer. I am a full stack developer right now, a successful one. I can build backends, front ends. And then James wanted me to create a champ select overlay for one of his tournaments in League of Legends. And I created that overlay, and I found out that I can put my skills into creating broadcast overlays, which could be controlled remotely. This was during COVID too. So what was interesting was most people wanted overlays that could be controlled from different areas. Like if the controller is in like another country and the person broadcasting is in another place, like they should have some way to control overlays from the other side, right? And I could build those systems. Right now, I am working with like a lot of different companies like Samsung, JBL, LG. They want like they're promoting their assets with like streamers, brand ambassadors. So we create overlays for them and they control it from wherever they are, which is like really cool. I build those systems for them. And this, I'm like, if I can use this for broadcasting, it's like fun. I can polish my own skills. I can be in broadcasting, which I enjoy now. I never knew that I would enjoy it so much, but I actually enjoy broadcasting now. But just staying behind the scenes and then telling people, oh yeah, I worked on this broadcast, I worked on this broadcast, it like amazes them too. Yeah, because like at this point, the quality of my assets, I am really happy with it. When I show it to others, they're like surprised. They're like, could you do this for me too? And that like makes me really happy and stuff, that I can do something that other people want, you know? Yeah.
So this is kind of a weird question for me at the moment because I'm kind of going through this existential crisis of like, do I want to do broadcast for the rest of my life, specifically esports broadcast? Because like I look at it more almost from the financial side, and I realize that anytime you work in gaming or esports, you take a massive cut, like the massive salary cut, pay cut, whatever it is, it sucks. And so there's a part of me that like, especially with like inflation and like I'm at a point in my life where this is getting very personal. I'm sorry, y'all. Where I'm trying to buy a house and stuff like this too, where it's just like, do I want to continue doing esports broadcast? Because I'm going to be constantly taking about a $20,000 to $30,000 pay cut compared to what I could be doing in like sports broadcasting or what I could be doing on like even the corporate side of like maybe I go back to school and get an MBA and stuff like that. So broadcasting is awesome, and that I will never find such joy in any other industry, and that's what keeps pulling me back into it. And that's why I want to keep doing broadcast, and I love doing broadcast. But there's always this nagging thought in the back of my head of I could be making more money doing this. I could sell my soul. And I'm sure you have the same thing, Tamor, of like I could make more money as a full stack engineer. And so it's finding that healthy balance in your mind that where you can find something fun in broadcast while still making enough money to support yourself that is becoming more progressively difficult. And I'm so happy to see more people fighting for more fair wages too. I've noticed over the last 2 or 3 years, the observer rates have gone from like, here's $15 a game, and I'm just like, that's criminal.
Because it's still there.
It's
We
still
just don't
there.
take them as much
Yeah.
anymore.
Broadcast GG, it's in there every single time, and I claim it every single time.
Yeah.
But and now it's the more standard rate is like $200 a day, and now it's climbing up to like $600 a day for like more experienced observers, or like $700 a day for like experienced TDs. And I'm just like, shit. So there's more fair wages out there, and it's the risk of like being a 1099 contractor or a W2. Sorry, I'm getting into all this too, but it's very interesting to weigh it and how you want to do it and how you want to enter this industry. Because like for me, I created a company and said, screw it, I've always done events, I want to keep doing events. I think I could do them better than anyone else. I first entered the startup scene with like just an ego, basically, and we did do events well. We put on the best fucking show and it executed well. But there's a lot of different ways to enter the scene. Like Kai, for example, where like being a contractor for your whole life, or not whole life, but your whole career so far, of doing and figuring out that lifestyle is very different than kind of what the stance that I've taken. And both have pros and cons.
Firstly, I commend you for wanting to become a homeowner in this day and age.
It sucks. It sucks.
Do you have millions?
Oh, especially I'm in Austin, Texas right now, and it is a cluster.
My condolences.
Yeah, same here. Yeah. And definitely talking about like how fun like the broadcast space is, you know. I feel like a lot of people might not know what exactly goes into broadcast or like the process it takes. So I just want everyone to answer what's your process from going from something like, hey, we have an event we want to broadcast and run, and what's that process leading into cameras on in 3, 2, 1? What's the process like for you guys?
Cameras? You have
For
cameras in online
for us in OPSE, like I am more focused on just League of Legends, but I'll do other overlays too. What we do is like before broadcast, I'll test all my systems whether they're working fine or not, and they'll be working fine, but then they'll break in broadcast as usual. That sucks, but like I'll try to fix them in production, which is always fun. Fixing bugs in production, and then once we have everything working, I have a system right now which is like fully fail-proof. So at this like I started off with like a lot of bugs, and then over the years, 2 years, like I built like a perfect system right now. So we'll test everything before the broadcast, then we switch over to our casters. They talk about the show, today's games, who are the people you want to like look at, and what are the different build paths they can go in this game, in the draft and stuff. We'll go into Translate, show that overlay. It works perfectly fine. Then in game, I would do observing for League of Legends too. And at this point, I am really skilled at it. But when I first started, I would always mess up the keys on switching 2 players. So let's say there's a fight happening top. I would panic. I would press all the keys on my keyboard. I'll go bot, I'll go mid, and then I'll go top. And then now it's a good place. I know what to do now, and it's fun. So I'll have a person, the main producer, like in my ear. He would go ahead in time to see if anything's happening. He would let me know so I would be prepared for it. And I would like, so now I don't miss anything. Then we have another person who's responsible for replays. Because the way we do replays for League of Legends is different. We have 2 different clients. One would be observing, the other one's reserved for replays, and he can go back and create those replays live. Because we don't do broadcasts, unlike Overwatch, where we just replay the entire feed that we just played on stream. Yeah, and then we have replays, and then end of game, I have an automated system where a game ends, it just generates an image, which we can then show onto the stream, and then the casters can talk about that. And yeah, that's how our stream flow works for League of Legends. For Overwatch, for Valorant, it's basically the same thing, except we just have one observer. And yeah, that's after that we do the end game show, which is not that long. Because right now we don't have any analysts, right? So we don't do any game analysis right now. But like we are planning to do that in the future. Yeah.
That is, by the way, to clarify, how that is usually how observers setups are run for League of Legends. Is you have your
Yeah.
main ops and you have your replay.
Yep.
Sometimes a third.
For me, going into a show from a producer standpoint, we usually get the show idea from the sales and marketing team who have worked with another company that is sponsoring us. From there, I create something called a production compendium. This is basically a master doc where everything lives. You have the contact information, you have your schedule, you have which links are going to go to where. You have we have like a giant chart of all of the links that we'll use. From there, we create call sheets. We reach out and we create something called an asset tracker, which is basically all of the graphic assets that we'll need for a show. And we send this over to the graphics design team with due dates and everything that they'll need to create. And we communicate with them back and forth to make sure that they have everything they need and we have everything we need from them. We then reach out to talent and our observers and any other outside of our company contractors that we'll need. And we establish all of those and book them into the schedule. Closer to the show day, we then create call sheets to then send out to all of our talent and crew. These are usually sent out the day before that they're needed. The call sheet basically is a summarized version of a schedule with all of the information that you'll need, as well as the time that each person is going to be called and where they're going to go. From that on, we have usually a rehearsal or 2 days of rehearsals. The first day usually for loading in our broadcast tech and all of our graphics and all of our assets that we'll need. And then the second day of rehearsals is for making sure that all of our talent is all set up and tech checked in, and all of our observers have practiced and they're ready to go, and our TD knows where to go and what to switch and whatnot. And then we have our show day. And then after the show is finished, we usually wrap with a 5 to 15 minute post-mort just to collect feedback from everybody about what we could do better, what they liked about the show, and any other feedback or comments and suggestions that they have.
Kai hit the nail on the head. That's pretty much like my average show run too. Above
taught
that
me.
though, yeah. Above that though, I usually do a lot of client management too. As head of online broadcast, I'm basically also client liaison for a lot of our lead clients. Especially when I was CEO of Space Productions, I had a lot of these relationships that I was able to build and grow, and then kind of they would come to me for events. So on the other side of it, there's the working with them, figuring out what they want, and coordinating with them on the graphics side too. There's sometimes our clients will come to us and be like, "Hey, we have a package ready." I'm like, "Yeah, but that package isn't ready to integrate," and so we have to figure out how to work that out. And thankfully, my graphic design background, a lot of the time, I'm integrating them myself or delegating it to someone else, depending on the scale of the show and kind of how close it is to the deadline. We've had people come to us 3 days before they want their show, and sometimes that just falls on me to integrate it and get it going, and that's stressful, but is what it is. So yeah, most of mine's client liaison, and then the actual running of the show is pretty much everything that Kai said of building the run of show, building the event books. We have the person who I work with, Liam Swindle, who handles almost all of our recruitment and all of our contracting. So he always jokes with me. I've
Liam's
worked
the
with
goat.
people. I've worked with people like 4 or 5 times on shows, like in the Discord channel and everything. And he'll talk to me like afterwards, and he's like, "So how was X?" And I was like, "Who's X?" And he's just like, "Sam." So I am horrible with faces, horrible with names, but I remember the quality of work, and that's my main thing that I like to focus on is the more of the higher level operations, making sure people got together well in a team, figuring out like how we can work to improve the show, especially for longer series. We literally have 2 shows going on right now. One of them is Stride, and that's been an 8-week series. It's been going on for 3 weeks, and we're trying to figure out ways to constantly innovate on those, and that's kind of more of my directive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's really cool seeing how everyone's like really experienced in different areas of both broadcast and production. I think the main question a lot of people might have is how long did it take for you guys to learn this?
Too long.
Yeah,
Too
a
long.
while. It's all trial and error. Like you do your first show, and then after the show, you go back to the show. You look at what you did wrong. You learn from it, and you try to get better. Like my first broadcast, my first time observing League of Legends, I missed a lot of kills happening on the map. I would not be looking wherever the fight is. I would like miss everything because I would just be focused on where I am. Because in the beginning, I didn't know all the shortcuts for switching to every champion quickly. And then after my first observing broadcast, I went into a practice game. I started spectating my friends. I started practicing how to do my own stuff. Later on, I got this sticker set, which I have stickers on my keyboard that lets me know where everything is. And yeah, after that, building like my own custom map so I can actually create keyframes and stuff, which is like really cool in high tech broadcast, because when people see that on stream, the camera moving to the dragon and coming back at a different angle, they're like, "Whoa, that's cool." And that is something interesting because I put my
Literally me
dev
before this
background.
panel.
I put my tech background into it. I built a really cool app, and then I can just sell this app to other people. You know, like right now the opportunity OPSC has given me is that I can test out whatever I want on their streams, and then I can show other people that I can do this. So I can build a name for myself. You know, I can go out to other people. I can show them this is the stuff I can do. I really like that about OPSC, that they gave me this opportunity to do whatever I want on their streams. So that was fun. But yeah, learning observing was, it took me a time before I got the hang of it.
I didn't get an opportunity to mess up with observing. My first ever like actual observing show, not just running a show and leaving it on directed cam, was EU Baltic Masters, which leads into EU Masters with the LEC. That was my first ever show, was the semifinals and then the grand finals. So I didn't I didn't really have that opportunity to mess up because then I would have not had this career, I think, or it would have taken me significantly longer. But what I did was, with my producer and main observer Joe, is we spent, I think, like 10-20 hours before, like, once he taught me observing, we would just start running shows. Like, we would run game after game after game of just practicing how, and like pretending that it was like a real show. The other part of observing that helped me learn it a lot is I actually built a custom keypad that I use for observing. I think Sam has seen this before. But
That
I
is
use
cool.
this to observe instead of a keyboard. And so it goes blue team, red team, all of the vision. You can't really see the colors, but it's all color coded for me to use. And all of the time controls are down here. That's what I usually use to observe. It took me, yeah, like probably a day or two to learn. And it's just been constantly improving and tweaking and making just as many adjustments as I can during the show as possible to, like Sam always says, put on the best show.
Yeah.
With producing work. Wait, can I have one of those? Wait, how
Yeah.
can I buy that?
Right now we're giving them away, but
Ooh,
I can
okay,
send you one.
I'll message you. Amazing. You ship to Canada?
Yeah. I don't know if it's showing well.
Hell yeah. I can see
I
it.
should get one too.
That's amazing. Yeah, I think as a producer, I had my supervising producer at Super League help me a lot, and she's been a really good resource in teaching me the more like producer side of things in terms of like a TV show producer. Because I know in esports, when we say producer, we usually think like what a more traditional show would say is a technical director. And I feel like that line kind of gets blurred. So to clarify with Super League, I just do like the paperwork and whatnot. People in chat, Sam, are saying that they'll pay for a space abduction
Oh
shirt.
no. What have I done?
What have you done?
They're doing giveaway.
Yeah.
But yeah,
I mean, for people
I
in
think
chat, we
it's
have a giveaway.
really fun to learn. That's why I keep learning more.
Yeah,
About
to
it.
bounce off everything that Kai said, I keep doing this. Is knowledge compounds, and it's wonderful. And the network in the industry is incredibly small, so don't. My cardinal rule is don't be a dick, and pay people fairly. And from there, you can basically just keep learning from people, especially for space productions. We've done a lot of different gigs and a lot of different games. We never really had the opportunity to specialize into one game. Which leads to some things, like sometimes it'll be a subpar show like League of Legends, where it's just like, cool, we'll do like the base thing, we'll bring in the two observers, of course, but it's like we won't have like a full custom overlay, and we're working to improve that kind of stuff. But Valorant has been pretty much our game of choice, and empowering people to educate students as well has been a huge mantra of ours. So passing on our knowledge for the next generation and kind of building out that network, so we have the tendency that every time we reach out to them, I think Shelton is a great example as well, or Nicole, where they come back to us and they're like, yeah, they do all this kind of stuff here. And I'm just like, oh, that's awesome. Like, and it's just like this constant knowledge resource of being funneled on both sides of like, here's how we do things here. And then they go and get another experience and they're like, here's how they did things here. And so it's just a lot of knowledge you can learn just by sitting in on other shows. I know during my time at Space Productions, I used to sit on Super League shows and do tech directing for them for a while, and just learning the full AWS stack of how they run things and their technical side of it was absolutely an incredible opportunity. And that's something you don't really get unless you're sitting in someone else's chair in a different company, in a different organization, because everyone does things differently. There's so many different ways to do things in broadcast that you can do anything you want and in a different way that someone has never touched before. Google Sheets is a great example versus working on spreadsheets versus creating your own graphics control engines. There's so many different ways to do graphics specifically, and that's just like one facet of broadcast. Yeah, and that's pretty much an accumulation of 5 or 6 years of knowledge of just tinkering, messing around, and asking questions.
Yeah,
I think it's really important, like what Sam said about how knowledge compounds, is to really remain humble and realize that you can learn things from everybody that you work with. Even if it's like a company starting out, there's still something to learn there. And so just keep an open mind and, take in the information and share yours too.
Amen.
Me and Sam Price, they are another observer currently working on Wild Rift Icons. We kind of work with another group of observers on something called Observer School, which is just like a little group of us. We don't really do the school part of it anymore, but it's mostly just a network of observers where we kind of help each other learn more about observing, mostly with League of Legends, and how to help each other improve.
I should join this group.
Yeah, definitely. We
yeah.
can get some networks going.
Yep. Because I went into OPSC into League of Legends, but then later on I started hopping into other shows too that they had. Because first year I was too busy with school, so I didn't have time when they had the other shows. But later on, when I started sitting into their other shows, I learned a lot about how they do the other games. Like Rocket League, for instance, is like pretty fun. At this point, I am trying to create my own custom system where like the producer does not have to do anything. I could get every single thing in the only thing the producer has to be there for the Rocket League show is to direct the casters on what's happening on the stream. Because you can what I had created was as soon as the replay starts playing, we have our own mini transition to go into that replay. With is played automatically. The nameplates are custom because I can grab the location of each nameplate where it's supposed to be from the game. Every like the scoreboard, we can have a custom animation for like goals. I am creating the system right now, and it would be fun to see it in action. Which would be really helpful for my main producer. He works a lot hard, and I want to be like him. Like, and I want to make his life easier because like he is the main person. He needs to control everything. Like if it's easier for him, he does not have to work that hard, you know. And then we can put on a great show either way. But yeah, once you go into other shows, just like Sam said, you learn a lot about how your show is different from other shows, and then you can adapt to that, or you can learn from it how you can implement what they're doing in their show in your own show and make it better.
On that note, it's okay to be the kid that asks questions. Don't be afraid to ask questions. But when it comes to showtime, shut the fuck up and do your job. There are so many times where I've had like people like we're trying to like communicate replays and they're like, "So how do you do this system?" And I'm like, "Shut up, dude. We're trying to communicate." It's like ask questions at the right time. Before show is always good as long as it's not like chaos. I know like fires have always happened, and like don't let them put out the fires. Like ask questions later. People are always willing to like if Discord like message people on Discord and be like, hey, what was the system we used for that? And people will most likely be like, hey, this system, here's some here's some resources that you can read up on it. And people are almost always willing to divulge information. Just please ask questions at the right time. That's my personal pet peeve.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I feel like there's a lot of like frustrating or difficult situations that people have been in. Like for me, I work in broadcast, like live TV broadcast and also production. So my pet peeve is always like when I'm doing a switcher board and the director's shouting so much stuff that I can't even process it all. But for
Clustered
you guys,
comms are the worst.
yeah, for you guys, I know that Sam obviously has his answer already. But what's something really difficult or frustrating that people might not be aware about that happens behind the scenes?
Oh, I've got a list. That was just number one.
Sam, read the list. Read the list. Come
Okay,
on.
first off, ISP issues. Your internet going out for no real reason. Oh my god! Like explaining to the client that sorry, Spectrum just cut off our internet today for the next 4 hours. Like we have a backup. It's going to take us an hour to get up though. Finding solutions for things that shouldn't be problems. A great example is like staffing situations. Like this is more of an HR side of like an observer or like a caster that doesn't show up until 2 minutes before call time. That's something that should never be a problem, but it almost always is a problem at least like once every other month. Like it always pops up and it's just like, how am I supposed to do I have to replace the caster? It's 2 minutes till. Do I have to find another, or like do I just stick to them? They told them they're going to be here 2 minutes late. Do I have to prep another one box? Like there's just like unforeseen chaotic problems are 90% of what it means to be in broadcast. And like figuring out how to fix things on the fly is like what makes a good broadcast team, and like thinking through what those errors could be and having solutions in your deck ready to go. I basically think of it as like almost like a little deck of cards, and it's like, cool, internet outage, here's a backup solution. Cool, caster not showing up, here's a backup solution. And it's just a matter of like balancing these backup solutions and figuring out what is the most optimal solution. And that goes all the way down to like producing. And just a quick note on what you're talking about of like automating the Rocket League show. I think that's fucking fantastic. Like that's an amazing endeavor. But when things go wrong, it is so hard to shift that back. Not even like in terms of like the technical things of like, oh, they missed the replay hook or something like that. But like 2 of the players dropped out. Now the lobby's not here and our TD's on break because they thought they could step away for 5 minutes. And I don't have a backup for that. And so half the time of what you pay for on broadcast isn't the actual broadcast itself. Anyone can stream up most games on OBS and call it a day. You're paying for the safety of the broadcast. You're paying for these deck of cards of backups. That's basically what I tell clients instead. They're like, why is it so expensive this time? And I was like, well, we got 20 backups. That's you can go pay a producer like that's running it on OBS in the middle of their room, and now their internet outage is down and you have no broadcast. Good luck. So it's that managing the chaos that happens the most on behind the scenes.
Yeah, we've had a couple of internet issues during our broadcast too. People will be complaining, why is the stream quality so low? It's because we don't have good internet quality uptime right now, and it's half of the time it's not even our fault. It's just the ISP just like bottlenecking our internet connection for some reason, and we've complained a lot about it. But yeah, it's something that happens randomly and you can't control it, which is not easy to solve. Yeah.
Me coming from a theater background too, kind of echoing what Sam said, we seem to do this a lot, of having backups for everything. In theater, we're taught to have like a contingency for basically every single possible thing that could go wrong, anticipate it to go wrong so that you can be prepared. So if a caster is going to be late, call them. If you think you need 15 minutes, you need 30. If you think you need an hour, give it an hour and a half or 2 hours. Whatever you think the time will be, it will probably take longer. And if it doesn't, then cool, you get 5 minutes off to take a break. And that's what I've kind of learned is like, you need more time than you think to do everything. Even if you know what you're doing, even if you've been doing it for years, give yourself more time because unexpected things can always happen. And a lot of these things can be out of your control. I've had players who have been asleep at call time. And we've had to, I think the craziest time was when a player was, not a player, sorry. One of our producers was asleep and we couldn't reach him by Discord phone or anything. So we called his parents to go call his girlfriend to go drive over to his house and wake him up. And we made it on time for the show. But that would have never happened if we had somebody else on the show back then with the skills and the knowledge and also the stream key to produce. That was not me back then. I was still a host. But yeah, I think just having a lot of backups, have a backup for your backup is what I would say.
Like,
and that's why I have my broadcast stack in like 2 places. I have 2 broadcast stacks as backup, one in Washington, one in Texas.
I have like 2 backup computers.
Yep.
Yeah. I remember falling asleep once during my observing session. Like I didn't wake up. I didn't come in time. I forgot that we had a broadcast tonight, and they were my producer was trying to contact me through Discord everywhere, and then he went into the TESPA documents, which is one more org I joined before OPSC, to find my number, and then he called me And then I was like, oh shit, we have a broadcast. He was running the observing himself for like the first half of the game, and then I just parsec in halfway through the game and then start observing. That was
Life hack: if they live
Yeah.
somewhere far away and you don't know their friends, call a pizza to their house.
call a pizza to the house.
Then you'd have to. They'd have to pay for the pizza.
$20 for a pizza so the show can go on is worth it. I will do that in a heartbeat.
I mean, they get food as well, right? So it's
Yeah,
a
Yeah,
win-win.
yeah, and you get food too.
Yeah.
That's good. But
Yeah. Yeah, there's
Right
definitely a lot
now,
of like.
what-
Yeah, go ahead.
right now, what I'm trying to do is like all of my systems are online, and I'm trying to move them local. Because here's what my system works right now is I grab data from the League client because we have two different computers. We have one computer reserved just for the OBS that's streaming to Twitch, and then we have another computer for League of Legends for the game that's running, and we have something known as the NDI link in observing, so we can grab the source from the other computer, stream it on the other one to Twitch. So right now, what I want to do is create a system where you can locally connect the two computers together in my system, so the data from League is directly transferred to the main computer without going through my server. Because if my server crashes, then we don't have like any of the stats working on the broadcast. So that is one thing that I want to fix, and I am still learning how to fix it or like how to create that system.
Even in this situation though, like you've insulated it. Like there's systems that can go down and the show can still go on. And that's super
Yep.
important.
Yeah,
Mhm.
because like in our League of Legends broadcast, we have like a custom overlay. Like it's just a custom skin, right? Which we just run before the game starts. If that stops working, we can just restart the entire client without it running, and the broadcast still works. It just looks a bit weird because it just has the default overlays or like the default UI. But like that is the one thing you can do. But
The
like
hardest backup I found is encoders. You have to pay so much money to have backups for encoders. It's frustrating.
Yeah, because like my system, the main producer, right? Let's say we're entering a team fight, or like he is like, I have to hide the overlay and I have to sync it up with him so he can hide his overlay on his end too, right? What I created to make it easier for him was I gave him the option to hide the overlay on my own computer. So he presses it from his end and it like just updates whatever he wants on the League client, which I'm working on. And the observer doesn't have to wait for his call, or like we don't have to count on like 3, 2, 1, hide it now, and they hide it and I hide it at the same time, which is fun. But like if my server stops working, it just doesn't work. So then we just have to go back to the classic way of doing it, where we both count down together and then we hide it at the same time.
Should look into
That's fun.
Companions OP.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and now that you mentioned like
Onion
some
is my
tools, right?
lifesaver.
Yeah, now that you guys mentioned some tools, like let's just say if I wanted to get into broadcasting, right?
Oh,
Oh.
something.
Yeah, let's just say if I wanted to get into broadcasting, right? Like let's just say I want to be new to observing. What kind of tools or software would you guys recommend for a beginner to learn? Whether it's like OBS or what other tools you guys
OBS
use?
Studio.
I am a
OBS
rat kid of
Studios.
VMix comparatively, but me and
Okay,
Kai go
but
back and
VMix
forth on this.
costs money, Sam.
Yeah, but it's free for
We
90
can-
days and you can renew it.
Really? You can renew it now?
Yeah. All right, you
Oh, cat.
can basically keep pushing it. Oh, he's so
Hello.
sleepy. Hi, kitty.
Oh, kitty.
Oh, it also
For-
depends on the role. Like, what are we talking
Yeah.
observer
Yeah.
specifically?
Yeah, let's just say if I want to like give an example. Let's say I'm a collegiate student first year, and our League of Legends team say, "Hey, we want to broadcast some of our games." Where do you start?
OBS Studio, Stream Elements is another really good way. You can pull in overlays and graphics through Stream Elements, which is like a website where you can make graphics and pull them in as a browser source into your OBS Studio. OBS Studio, I think it's open source. It's a really good starting point. Don't use Streamlabs OBS. It's
Yeah,
called.
it
It's
sucked.
acronym to slobs for a reason,
Yeah.
in my opinion. But I think OBS, you can play around with it. You can create new profiles and scene collections, so you can always test things out. And it's what I use. I know Sam wants me to learn VMix, so I will do that soon. But we can go back and forth on OBS versus VMix
Yeah.
for forever.
That is for broadcasting, but like if we're specifically talking about observing like a League of Legends game, you should like just go to the League of Legends wiki. They have a really good guide on what each keyword key does. Just memorize that guide. You'll be fine. Like the Q2T is for the blue side teams. No wait, 1 to
No.
5 is the blue side teams. Q2T is the red side teams. You just memorize what all the shortcuts are. You would be good to go. And they also have a way where they tell you how to unlock Zoom, which most observers don't really know how to do. But like it's there on the wiki, but they don't read it. It's you have to go into the game files and change one setting, and then you can zoom out how the professional broadcasters like go all the way out. Because the default zoom level sucks, right? You can barely see two champions on the same screen. And you should not stick to directed cam. Directed cam sucks, right? It'll jump all over the place. It gives the person watching the game a seizure. You should there is a keybind in League which is disabled by default, which is to hold, lock, drag, scroll. If you have that enabled, you can just move your mouse around and zoom in and out. Hop into a few of your friends' game to spectate them, practice yourself, and you would get better at it.
I'm going to take a even higher level point of view just for just general observing and just general working in broadcast, because I'm not an observer by any extent. Be good at communication, know when to talk. And I think being good to work on a team is pivotal, especially in a lot of cases where it's like rehearsals are a nicety. They are not a common thing, unfortunately. So it's like half the time you have an hour beforehand to communicate with your other observer. So knowing the lingo for whatever your specific title is very important. Whether that's like in Fortnite, whether it's like I'm going to be a free cam fly, or I'm going to be like a first person observer flying around on the like actual first person, hopping between cameras. Stuff like that is very important. So learn the terminology for your games. Of course, like everything they said, like learn the specific key bindings, and the technical aspect of it is incredibly important as well. Learn as well what is industry standard. The $15 a day or $15 a game is not, unfortunately, it's common, and it's a good starting point if you want to like really just get your feet wet and just mess around and have like low stake opportunities, but that is not industry standard. Learn what is the correct rates, learn what you should see in a contract, find a mentor. Finding a mentor is incredibly important, whether that's through your individual network or you just find stuff like initiatives like just flew in my head. Stuff like Gallerant's broadcaster TV.
Broadcasters, 100 Dreams Fund, 1,000
Yes.
Dreams Fund.
Yes, stuff like that is absolutely incredible. Look for those kind of opportunities, especially if you are a person of color or a woman identifying person within esports. Those are incredible initiatives. Yeah, learn more of the professional side of it and the business side of it. Less, and of course, always be good at your technical craft and always VOD review. VOD review is incredibly important, and go with whatever game you're good at. Like you play a shit ton. You play League of Legends 1,000 hours. Like you know League of Legends, you know all the champions. Nothing's worse than playing a Valorant game and like, who's that like purple chick? I'm going to her now, and I'm just like, that's Reyna. Like call it out quickly, and you have to be quick and snappy. So, long-winded way of saying learn the professional side.
Yeah, I really agree with Sam there. I think the technical side, I think anybody can learn observing, anybody can learn how to TD, anybody can learn any part of the show, like really. But you have to be a nice person, and you have to know how to like navigate that like more social part of like our industry for people to want to teach you. If you're a dick, nobody's going to want to teach you how to do all of these things, and word will go around. Our industry is quite small. Everybody kind of knows each other. So if you're an asshole, nobody's going to want to teach you, and nobody's going to want to hire you. So go and stay humble, keep an
Don't
open
pigeonhole
mind.
yourself. Sorry, that's another huge one that always irks me. I see Valorant observers be like, I'm going to do Valorant for the rest of my life. And I was like, okay, what happens when Valorant dies in 3 years? Like, you learn new titles, learn new games, keep them coming. Like,
and a lot of these skills between like different observing games are transferable, like from Fortnite to PUBG Mobile to a Charlie XCX concert in Roblox. You can they all kind of transfer over. True story, by the way. That was
T-pose.
fun, but yeah. Did I send you that?
No, you told me about it though, the T-pose.
Yeah, true. Yeah. But like it's all kind of the same, not all like the same, but it's very similar. So once you learn one, you can kind of branch out and explore and practice the other ones. That's why Shelton did a really good job on the Charlie XCX concert, is because he does cinematic FPS.
Yup.
Shout out to
Yeah.
Shelton.
Yep, definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're
Another thing,
kind of like.
like
Oh,
Sam
you can go
said,
ahead.
right? You should knowing the game that you're observing is like really beneficial for yourself. Like let's take League of Legends for example. If you know how to play the game, you can say that okay, the bot lane two enemy ADCs are like full health, but they have items, right? And let's say in the top lane they're low health, but they don't have items, they don't do damage, right? If the bot lane is aggressive, like you with your knowledge, you know that okay, if they have items, even if they're full health, like higher health than the top lane, they can kill each other. And whereas in the top lane, like they can't. So it's better to know what you're looking at and predict what's gonna happen next. If you know like about the game, you can actually predict what's gonna happen next, and you can be ready for it. You know, if like an assassin is coming down, you can watch the map. If you're a League of Legends player, you look at the map a lot. If you don't, I am sorry for you, right? But like it comes in handy in observing too, where if you look at the mini map, you can predict what plays are gonna happen in the game. Because as an observer, you can actually see the enemy team and the allied team on the mini map, so you can get ready for those plays, even if your producer misses something that's coming in, which happened to me a couple of times. But like due to my knowledge in League of Legends, I was able to catch up to what's gonna happen. So learn the
I'm gonna
game and yeah, observe it.
I'm gonna quote my friend Dazed, who does a bunch of stuff for Valorant. She says, "Learning the characters is the beginning of the game. Learning the competitive or learning it at like the silver level is the next level. But reviewing what VCT does on the regular and seeing how they observe, not just from the technical aspect of like they took the shot at this time, but telling the story through the camera is like the final like observer like coup de grace, like congratulations, you fucking made it, of like yes, you've told an effective story of Reyna pushing through I can't even name Valorant well enough, it's been too long, pushing through site and getting through there and then flashing and using her Lear ability and then getting a 2k and then seeing it from the other side and pushing or seeing how they pushed it there. It's the being able to tell a story not just with yourself too, but with your co-observers. And whether that means like you tell the TD you need to cut from like the wide perspective to show them pushing onto site with all the crazy smokes, and then you need to go to the first person to see the kill. It's not just chasing kills, it's telling a story. And if you miss one or two kills, it's perfectly okay. Reset and keep pushing forward. Unless it's League of Legends and you miss the first two kills, in
As we
which
say,
case,
it's
shame
not
to
the
you.
play, it's the prep before the play.
Yeah. I mean, now we're kind of like wrapping up to the panel. We have 3 minutes left, but I just have one final set of questions that I want to ask everyone. So, since we're closing out the panel, I want to ask everyone where people can find you or contact you, what you're working on next, or what you're really excited on working on next, and if you want to shout out anyone. So anyone can go ahead.
You can find me on Twitter, but I am really not that active. I should get active more. But yeah, my Twitter handle is on the stream right now. It's underscore Timur Tarek. What I'm working on next is we've paused OPSE for a while. Because right now I just started my own org, and I'm looking at different companies to create overlay assets for them. Like the entire broadcast systems. Like I explained, where a controller is in a different area and the broadcaster is in a different area, a way to control that. I already have contracts with Samsung, which is really fun. It's going really successful. That they are really happy with the stuff I create, and they give me a long-term contract. I secured that. Then I have other companies too, which is fun. If any of you want custom overlays, you can go to my Twitter. I have a few links in there. I mean retweets. You can view what kind of work I do, and then I can create custom stuff for you. And my rate is cheap, but not that cheap,
Yeah.
right?
Better be getting paid fairly.
Yeah, that is one thing that James, my friend producer, he helps me a lot. Is when I did my first work, right? I didn't know what the rates in doing this stuff was, so I charged him like 10 times less of what I should have charged him, and he's like, "Bro, ask more money, or I'm not paying you." He's like, you need you are undervaluing yourself a lot. You need to know what stuff you're doing, and no one else does that. So you should actually charge them more. And ever since that, I've been overpricing everyone because I know that I am the only person who does this. Because I have looked online and other people, I think there's only 2 or 3 other people in NA who do this, what I'm doing. And being one of those people, I can charge my clients whatever I want and they'll be ready to pay for it.
Hey man, if they don't say no, then you're asking too low.
Yeah, exactly. If they don't say no, you're asking, like, because these are big companies, they have the money to do this. You just need to ask for the money.
Cat stepping on the keyboard.
Hello, cat. Hi, cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is Sam Morris. You can follow me at sammorris_sp on Twitter. I'm most active there. A couple projects I'm working on. There's ongoing shows that we work on. It's all white labels, so unfortunately we can't advertise them too heavily. But feel free to follow us on. I believe we just changed our social media. Let me check it real fast. At spacetime_gg, and that's where we post most of our stuff. We'll be doing a bunch of DreamHack recaps as well as interviews with our contractors. If you want to follow along, there's 2 technological projects that I'm working on that are really fun. Project Armory is what I'm calling it, and it's a full computer vision Valorant tool, similar to rival what's on VCT. Otherwise, I'm working on helping build the contractor side of our company in terms of creating better viewing experience for broadcasts on the back end, to empower observers and TDs to be able to see other perspectives on the broadcast from their other crew members. Yeah.
Cool. And my name again is Kai. My Twitter is SZZNNA, or it's pronounced Susanna, because everybody keeps not saying it right. And you can find me there. I'm probably a little bit too active on Twitter, but you can always DM me if you want to learn more about observing or producing, or if you have any questions. My DMs are open. And the next show that you can catch me on is actually later today. I will be joining Smax, Alk Battery, and B Colomer on the Proving Grounds pod for the Proving Grounds Open Qualifiers number 2 or something to cover the Evil Geniuses Prodigies show.
Let's go.
Oh, and I'm also working with Joe Physics on that. And I want to give a shout out to Rounded Joe, who used to be a part of Risen Esports, because he was the first person who really gave me a shot into the world of producing and observing. And I genuinely don't think I would be on this career path now without him.
Woo!
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, that's perfect. I mean, all you guys have really successful careers going on. We're really excited to see what you guys create. And then that wraps up the panel. So I hope everyone's enjoyed watching and hopefully they learned something from here. I'm pretty sure I have for sure. So yeah, for CIE Day 3, we were going to continue with our next panel in 30 minutes. It's diversity and inclusion, featuring some of women in gaming, also talking about issues and just to have a good discussion about what's happening in gaming. So stay tuned for that. We're just going to go on break for 30 minutes. And thanks for everyone for tuning in.
Bye.
Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/mesportsunited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon. Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/mesportsunited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to day 3 of the CIE Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We are here now with our diversity and inclusion panel. Today, we have with us Paige, Dom, and Taylor. So first up, I'll get you guys to kind of introduce yourselves, tell chat a little bit about kind of what you do, what you like, and we'll move on to some introductions.
Should I
Does anyone
start?
wanna go first? So
Yeah,
whoever wants to go first.
yeah, I'm Taylor. I use they, them. I am the creative director and head of diversity and inclusion for TMU Esports, formerly Ryerson University. We're currently going through a name change. Yeah.
My name is Paige. I am the team manager at Tempest Gaming, and I am a Twitch streamer as well. And I love League of Legends.
Hi, my name is Dom. Gamertag is Wisdom. I am a client operations manager at Esports Engine, which is one of the largest event production companies in the industry. Prior to that, I worked in CDL and Owl, former caster, and I DJ on Twitch from time to time.
Awesome. So thank you all for being here. We'll start us with a couple of icebreaker questions just so that we get a little more comfortable. So first off is kind of how long have you all been gaming for?
I've been gaming for as long as I can remember. I got my first PC when I was 3, and I started playing Neopets around the same time, and I started playing MMORPGs when I was 8, and I started playing League when I was 14, and then ever since then, I've just been playing games every day.
Yeah,
Awesome.
I've also been gaming since, I don't know, I had an NES when I was like a really little one, and one of those like VTech educational console things that like it went way harder than it really had any business going. But yeah, I didn't shift into PC gaming until my freshman year of high school. Before that, I was Nintendo only, but I got a PC, and well, I guess if you want to count Roblox as PC gaming, like early Roblox on my like little netbook type thing I got from QVC for Christmas one year, like
For me, I started gaming when I was 2 or 3. Started out with Super Nintendo in the basement. Super Mario World was my jam. Got my first Game Boy at 6, and I was that kid that definitely brought too many batteries everywhere I went. And I'm still like, I'm 30 and I'm still like that now. I still have a portable battery because I don't want to lose out when I'm out. And then I got into PC gaming. I played The Sims when I was a teenager, but I don't think I really got into PC gaming until League of Legends, Season 3, 2013, the debut of Faker.
Awesome. So what are each of your favorite games and why? And then also, what is the 1 or 2 games you're currently like super obsessed with?
My all-time favorite game has to be League of Legends. Always was, still is. I just feel like there's so much to learn in League, even now after playing every single day for about 6 years now. It's where I met my best friends, I met my boyfriend, I got my job. I learned so many things and met so many people, and it's just been a great community for me.
yeah. I'm not a League player. I never have been. It's at this point it's like way too intimidating. Like the learning curve to try to get into it. But I guess if we're talking like esports competitive games, my all-time favorite would probably be Overwatch. I played from launch, and that was like where I really started taking the like esports seriously, and like maybe this is something I want to work in.
All-time favorite game for me is probably going to be COD Black Ops 2. That's the game that really got me into esports. That's how I got into casting and really how I ended up on this journey. Game I'm playing now, honestly, the program I work on right now, I work on I think my program's done events for 10 different games in the last 6 months. But League of Legends has been the most consistent game for me. Definitely agree. There's so much complexity. And actually, we were talking about this in the waiting room that there's so much complexity to the game now with 160 champions. But at the same time, I feel like I'm still learning new things about some of the old champions that came out before I even started playing in season 3. So it's just cool. It's an evolving community still.
Yeah, definitely League is one of those things where I think you'll never be able to stop learning. I think even now, I know casters, we had a discussion a couple days ago, they're still learning the champion ability names. And that's a lot of abilities, and it's always the passives that nobody ever knows what the passives are or what they're called. Um, but League is special. Anyways, so we'll kind of move on to more of the topic of this panel, diversity inclusion. So obviously those are two words that are kind of where we hear a lot around this industry of gaming and esports. But what does that term kind of really mean and represent to each of you?
I guess for me, it kind of means that I get to exist in gaming and in the industry and not be like treated differently or have anything denied to me because of my gender or my race or anything like that.
Yeah. It's very similar answer for me. Diversity inclusion is just kind of like it's like a very broad, unspecific term, but at the same time, it seems like like when I say, "Oh, I'm head of diversity and inclusion," like you somehow know like what that means. It's like fighting to make sure that everybody has a right and is treated like well, they do have a right to be gamers, obviously, but treated and like respect properly and like respected for their right to be gamers and like exist in these spaces safely and equally.
I think for me, it also goes. There's almost the opposite of that, where it's being yourself, but it's also not being a tick box. I worked in tech before I worked in esports, and everyone talks about diversity and inclusion hiring and how do we get more diverse teams. But for me, like before I joined Esports Engine, I was the first female GM in Call of Duty League, and I'm still the only one in its history. And it was really scary for me because I was worried about being hired because I was a woman versus not being hired for a role because I was a woman. So really it's being yourself, but being welcomed for being yourself and that being okay.
Yeah, I think because we are all getting kind of more aware that we need to be treating other people as people. There is sometimes like the kind of contention between we would like more diverse people, but we don't want the diversity to be the thing we pick them for. We still want them to be qualified and great people. I think that's also one of those balances it's going to be pretty hard to figure out. And I would say kind of all of us for being women or non-binary in esports, it's always, I guess, a little bit of a kind of background thought. Like we hope it's not, but there's always a little bit of suspicion. Anyway, so kind of what have each of your experiences been kind of as a minority group in one way or another in the gaming and esports industry? And do you have any kind of stories you'd be willing to share with everyone?
I can go first. So like I said, I was the first and only female GM in Call of Duty League history. It was a bit worrying at first because I actually used to be a Call of Duty caster before that. So part of the reason I was hired was because I had those strong connections in the game community. But again, like you said, there's always that small piece in the back of your brain that goes, am I going to be accepted even though these are people I've known since I was in university and that I've known since I was essentially a child in many ways. And so that, like, for me, that was one worrying piece. And then I think for me, the other one was going back to my casting days was figuring out, are people, because it was an on camera role, figuring out, are people going to take me seriously? Obviously you do get people that come in the chat and you get the comments about chipmunk voice and does she know what she's doing compared to someone else even though she's been casting longer. Um it it can be really daunting, but it's really just about like in some ways learning how to tune those pieces out, but I think more importantly how to recognize when it's just in some, like, there is a lot of jealousy that comes with that, and recognizing that you've earned that spot and that's the reason that why you're there and that's the most important thing.
I can relate a lot to the piece about not about people doubting if you know what you're talking about or what you're doing there. I remember earlier, like a couple of years ago. I had put on over thousands of hours in League at that point, and I was trying out for amateur teams and trying to compete. And I got on a team, but I found out through someone else that my coach was saying that he didn't think that I could learn engage supports because I was a girl. And that kind of really didn't really make much sense to me because I am a League player and I've been playing League for so long that I think I could learn something if I wanted to.
Yeah. I'm still like in the collegiate scene. I'm only going into my junior year of university, and I think I got very lucky because my university's the org I'm a part of, TMU, has always been very diverse in terms of like male, female, and like other ratio and like racially. I never felt unwelcome as an executive of that club, but there's been quite a few times where like most people who are just part of like the community or outside rather than players will not respect my pronouns. They won't even try. They'll say a lot of things in like the general chat about pronouns are stupid or like trans people are stupid, like that kind of thing. And when I was a senior in high school, before I was out about any of that, just because I present femininely, I sound feminine. I did my high school had senior projects, and I did mine on just using voice chat as somebody who sounds feminine in video games. And specifically, mine was with Siege, not ranked, just casual Siege. And it took me only 2 games to get all of the voice clips I needed for harassment of all kinds. every check mark was there.
Yeah, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Like that's horrible. Like that's just horrible. And like no one should ever be treated that way. But I think Taylor, you mentioned that within the executive group, things are pretty good. But when it comes to the greater community,
There's a lot of work
there's
that
a lot
needs to
of work.
happen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that is also like something that's actually really good for the future of esports, because I think that people in the collegiate scene who are kind of working professionals who do have that respect for everyone will be the leaders, and the community needs to kind of, I hope, will transform to mimic those values and to really just be like, yeah, we gotta stop with some of these things. Like, why? I think at its core, it's just, why do you care about me? Go care about yourself a little bit. But yeah. Anyways, so I guess we were talking about that there's some work needing to be done. And what kind of other areas do you think, whether it's the community, the leaders, or companies themselves, where do you think some of the work could be put in, and what kind of work?
I feel like in the community, it's kind of a social responsibility for everyone, including the guys, to call out like sexism and racism and stuff like that whenever it presents itself, because I know that a lot of people will stay quiet or they'll just write it off as a joke, but I think that is definitely part of the problem, and that people need to stick up for their teammates when they are being harassed and such.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead.
There's I'll use a very relevant example here. Maybe less relevant because we have a primarily Canadian audience, but in the US right now, obviously Roe v. Wade was overturned last Friday, which revokes abortion rights and rather abortion protections for women in the US. And I think it's been very telling seeing who have been allies, specifically allies who don't identify as women or non-binary, particularly male allies that are still stepping up, supporting, saying, "Hey, this is not okay. We support our coworkers." Um, like you said, it is really important that the that we have vocal support, not just from people who are directly impacted, but for people who are indirectly impacted, but also recognize that the success and happiness and healthiness of their and well-being of their teammates does impact them in the end. So it is really important that we have workspaces and teams where people support us, and more importantly, that they listen and they're willing to put their foot forward with us.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just gonna say that I feel like it's it's a very complicated problem because,
Mhm.
like, in North America, I'm American, go to school in Canada, but, like, in North America, a lot of it's tied to outside social issues, right? These things are much bigger than gaming and much bigger than esports, but within sort of our industry, we need, like, as collegiate people, like, we need to try really hard to make sure that those kinds of outside things don't make their way into gaming. And, like, the whole active list thing is still very relevant. I mean, major game devs, esports companies, things keep happening. Like, it's an issue in all sides and like all facets, I guess is the word. So it's something that, like, every day everybody needs to be aware of. Like, how can I be better? How can I better support people who might be seen differently than I am? And how can we all uplift each other?
Yeah, definitely. I think that we do need to do better. So I guess I was going to ask, do you think companies are doing enough? Um, I would probably assume, based on all this conversation, that no. But there was actually a change in League of Legends recently where they turned off, was it post-game chat? Or like
Yes,
you have to like manually go into that.
you have to
Uh,
manually enable it now to see it.
yeah,
Mhm.
so I guess this is more for you, Paige and Dom. Like, what do you think about that change? Like, do you think it is for the right reasons and all that stuff?
I think that change definitely does help because you can mute people inside the game and you can block people in the client. So you shouldn't have to talk to anyone that you don't want to. So I think that having that option is really helpful because a lot of the time before, I know that people would immediately go to post game chat to like flame you, and there wasn't really a way to avoid it. But I also think that for at least for League of Legends specifically, that the moderators need to do a better job in actually actively punishing people who are toxic and people who engage in targeted harassment, because I know that I report many of these people, but because they didn't say specifically swear words or trigger words, they just don't get banned or restricted. And I think that that is part of the problem as well.
Yeah, I agree. With Paige, like there are a lot of ways to still get around, about around filters um and punishment provoking behaviors. Um Unfortunately, we live in a world where if people really want to be toxic for humans, they will find a way to do it. But I think publishers have done a really good job in the last couple of years of trying to not only crack down on those but also let people know, hey, it is something that's important to us and it's something we're working on. I think Blizzard had a similar crackdown maybe 3 or 4 years ago, maybe a year or two after Overwatch came out. Call of Duty, there have been a couple as well. I mean, those would be the main ones that come to mind. But I think Riot in particular, because their titles, not just League of Legends, but all of their titles have, I would say, a more diverse base than some of the other games that I have experience in. It's good that they recognize that there are further steps that they can take. But you're right. I think the most important thing is, even for a great publisher, there is still always more work to be done, and there's more room to improve. And I think that's just true of even us as humans.
Mhm.
For sure, yeah.
I think, yeah, definitely it's about progress. I
Mhm.
think what a lot of us are looking for is, as long as steps are made, we're going to be pretty happy and open to keep playing those games, keep coming back. Um, so we'll kind of skip on to our next topic. So obviously, there's a lot of toxicity and toxic behavior in gaming, um, and those kind of attributes end up becoming, I guess, a little bit more stereotyped when someone from the outside talks about gaming. So do you think that like toxicity and toxic behavior is inherently tied to video gaming itself, or is it more of a society and social issue that's being kind of hyper, I guess, kind of funneled into gaming?
It's definitely not a just gaming issue.
Yeah.
It's a reflection of, like, I guess when you think of, like, who's a gamer, a lot of people think of, like, early high school white boys, right? And those white boys act the exact same to their female and POC classmates in the school building, on the soccer field, like, as they do in game chat. It's sort of just I don't know how to phrase it, but like gaming kind of has let itself become an echo chamber for those attitudes in a way where when other people look in, especially when they want to blame games for non-gaming issues such as gun violence, it's really easy to like put these labels on it, right? That aren't inherently true. Like, yes, there's problems as someone who sounds feminine who wants to use game chat, or like if you're in a subreddit for a game trying to learn things and you have if someone like assumes you're a girl because you have a feminine username or something, they might be weird to you. But that happens everywhere. And it's more about like and it's a wider reflection of other social things that people vent in games, in my opinion.
I honestly completely agree with Taylor. I feel like people are using gaming as a reflection of other bigger societal issues, and I think that it's kind of become normalized, and maybe people when they log onto games and they see this type of behavior, they might reflect it as well and assume that it's part of gaming culture, but I don't think that gaming is inherently the problem at all.
Yeah, definitely agree with Paige and Taylor here. It's gaming is not the cause of the problem. I think it's a causality issue, right? Gaming is not the cause of the problem. It's just the inherent nature of gaming, and the idea of keyboard warriors and being behind the screen and having more of that invisibility that people feel more comfortable expressing opinions and behaving in a way that like Taylor said, some people will behave that way in person because that's unfortunately just their nature. But I think you also have a second group of people where they may not have the confidence to behave that way in person because they sense and they know that behavior is incorrect. But when you're in a game and you have that anonymity behind your username, and even with gaming, like if someone gets banned, what are they gonna do? They're just gonna go make a new user account. Like, oh, you have an IP ban? Okay, you're just gonna turn on a VPN, create a new account through your VPN, come back, boom, you can play your game again and be toxic. Like, again, it's what we talked about before, that there are ways around those things. It's just unfortunate that you will always have people who will behave that way, and they will find a way to do that. Also, I apologize for the waving in the corner. It's 35 degrees in Germany right now, so I have my fan going.
Oh, definitely no worries. Paige and I live around the same area too, and it is really we're in a heat wave too. For
We
whatever
are.
reason, they said June's the month. June's the month to roast you right now. So the globe, the world. Yeah, some things are just really tough. I guess talking about kind of the other side of the spectrum, one of you mentioned kind of keyboard warriors, of course, but I think we also have the term that's been coined white knighting. And for anyone who doesn't know, white knighting is more of a term used for typically males who will step in to say, "Hey, that's not right," and other people will be like, "You're white knighting, you're simping." So I guess what are your views on kind of that word, that culture of, even as a guy, sometimes you get flack for standing up for women or anyone who is being harassed.
I've had a lot of male friends been called white knights or simps for standing up for me in gaming, and I guess I understand why some guys are more hesitant to step in because they're afraid of being bullied for being a white knight or a simp, but I feel like it's very important for guys to step up and realize that these words are like part of a culture that's not really good, and it's kind of outdated, and it shouldn't be accepted for men to be made fun of for not letting their women friends be harassed.
Yeah, I entirely agree. I think that white knighting and like simp accusation culture is just a pure like it's kind of like this visceral reaction that people who typically men, not always, but typically men who act toxic in games, it's like this kind of visceral reaction of like, well, you're supposed to be on my side. Like, and like, why are you calling me out? Like, I don't know. It's really gross and it's strange. And I don't like how mainstream we've all kind of just like let it become, I guess.
Yeah, and I think the whole simp term is also like rooted into sexism because I feel like what what it implies is that you don't like defend a girl or stick up for her unless you want to have a relationship with her, which is honestly so backwards. Guys and girls can be friends. It's 2022. Come on.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it really just speaks to the lack of maturity that often comes with players that you encounter. And I think that behavior definitely changes depending on the kind of games you play. Games that tend to have an older population, I have seen less of that behavior. It's still there, unfortunately. But games where there are younger players, players who perhaps invest more time into that community and world and don't necessarily have as much outside experience, those behaviors tend to appear a lot more often.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess we've been talking about gender a lot, but have you seen any kind of maybe not of the same or maybe of the same degree, but kind of that divide between other things like sexuality and race, or is kind of gender the main thing you're seeing?
I think gender is the easy one for people to pick up on. I'll go back to League of Legends as an example. Paige and I were talking about this again in the waiting lobby before we started. Um, we were talking about our favorite champions, and definitely when you play certain champions in League of Legends or you play certain positions, there is an automatic assumption that you are a girl, or depending on your gamer tag. It's
Yeah.
actually one of the reasons that I chose a more neutral gamer tag versus one that implied more femininity, because especially for me starting out in Call of Duty, I didn't want people to have that impression. And I just wanted to be able to just play the game and have fun with my friends. And I've seen people where they find out that the person who absolutely smashed them in their last game was a girl, and they just freak out. So yeah, there are definitely assumptions that are made in certain games, especially games that again have a bit more of a diverse population. Games like, I don't know, something like CS:GO is an example. You don't really have that assumption, but you still get the same aggressive, visceral reaction if people find out that you identify differently. Sometimes you do get people who will make insults based on sexuality, based on where you live, based on racial identity, but those aren't necessarily assumptions made on their part. I think it's more just inappropriate and misuse of words that have been turned into insults, versus assumptions made about identity.
Yeah, I completely agree with Dom. I think that for me, I've always used Paige as my name, and I play enchanters mostly, so people have always been able to kind of deduce that I'm a girl, and they'll say the same insults to me that they do to other enchanters with feminine usernames. But I feel like they also do use racial slurs and other derogatory terms, but those are less like deduced based off of information that they receive, because it's not as easy to tell someone's sexuality or race based on their username. But I do notice that when there are Chinese names in my League of Legends games, particularly in high elo, there have been some accusations that Chinese players are more toxic or they grief more games, and they tend to make fun of certain languages if they don't like how someone performed in a game, and they'll just figure out the best insult to use, and then they'll make their flame statement.
Yeah, I completely agree with both of you. It's just really, unless you have like a black coded username or something, like it is harder for people to like just clock that you aren't white or that you're gay or something. Um, I obviously those words still get thrown around. I don't in Overwatch, I haven't experienced it as much, but Overwatch is also a dead game, so it's not really, but like it's the player base is a lot more mature than it used to be. Like when the game first came out, there was a lot of what you would think of as like older COD. lobby chat, I guess. Like, it was a lot of the similar stuff. Like, I've always been a sup main, a Mercy main specifically, just because I was so new to FPSs. Like, she was the easiest character to pick up. And I got a lot of, like, comments like, "Oh, you're healing me, so you wanna date me," even though I always used, masculine coded usernames, just to, like, try to avoid that. It somehow, they were always like, "You're a girl, I'm telling you you're a girl, and you want to do things with me because you are a support player." Um, yeah, when the other things get thrown around, I think it's still awful, but I think it's less targeted at, like, "I know that you are X, Y, and Z." It's just more like general racism, homophobia coming out in anger.
Mhm.
Hmm.
Yeah, I think like the kind of casual part of those comments thrown out are very strange to me. Like when someone uses gay as an insult, part of me is just like, why? But also like, that's not insulting. I don't think it's insulting. You're you. Like if you're gay, sure, cool. If you're straight, yeah, sure, cool. Like I don't know why it still has to be an insult. Again, in 2020, I had to check that 2022. I, I just have to check that for a second. But it's strange that those things are still insults, and it's strange also. I'm noticing that in some of the games I'm playing, the younger crowd is picking those up. But it's like you weren't here realistically during the time where those insults were like kind of the peak insults. So it's kind of like, where are you hearing this, and why do we keep perpetualizing these things? Um, Personally, I don't know why. I haven't gone into too much of the studies, but I guess do you three have any idea on why it may be that way?
I think that I feel like a lot of younger players have learned these words from maybe the videos or the streamers they watch, because I know for League, a lot of the top streamers are quite toxic, and to the audience it's funny, but when you're in a game with them, like I have been, and they're like calling me like sexist terms against women, it's easy to pick that up as a younger viewer and think that that's okay or that's funny or it's just for entertainment. I think is
Yeah.
part of the reason.
Yeah, I'm someone who has a sibling 9 years younger than myself. So I've been able to watch them kind of go through old content, like from when I was getting on the internet in 2012, and pick up those same trends, those same memes, that same vocab. And I think part of it is just like the internet is forever, and young people will find the things that kind of people let fly. I don't want to really say it like that, but like things that people got away with back then in terms of racism, sexism, whatever, and like just throwing that out in videos and still being really popular. Little kids are still watching that and they're still picking up on it. It's just way after the fact.
Mhm.
Yeah. I think the other thing I would flag as well is a lot of like, especially in the last few years when a lot of the current generation, like Taylor said, were just coming onto the internet. Um, at the time, a lot of content creators were very much about the shock factor, right? And about how do you get the most reactions. Everyone was doing YouTube videos with all caps. Everyone's trying to outdo each other for, for how outrageous they can be with their reactions and videos and type of pranks they were doing. But a lot of creators, a lot of creators want to become pros in certain titles. And what a lot of future pros don't realize is that the behavior that they exhibit actually does impact your ability to get approved by a league. So, for example, if you play in Call of Duty League, Overwatch League, any of the Riot leagues across their titles, you have to go through a good behavior check, and you have to provide every single account you've played on. And quite frankly, even if you try and hide a Smurf, they're still going to find it. And like they will do checks, and if they find bad behavior on there, you could either be declined for your bad behavior, whether that's in game or on social, or you could be put on probation from the very beginning of your career. And all it takes is one or two like insults, or whether like, and it doesn't even have to be a bad one. Like when I say bad, I mean insults are bad, period. But it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be like a racial insult. It could just be someone saying like, "Oh, you're effing trash." Like that could be enough for you to get put on probation when you start your pro career. And I think as more pros have started doing content and diversifying their portfolio of skills and experience because they're thinking about their careers after pro life, you are seeing a lot of pros actually tone back their behavior. You know, you're not seeing as many XQCs anymore that are playing pro in a franchise league and are still behaving like they were when they were a content creator, because they know that that behavior just doesn't fly anymore. So it is, I think there is a shift in terms of role models, but there will still always be that category of shock entertainers, and that category unfortunately will always just get viewers. So really it's about how do we encourage creators that are entertaining but can still be decent humans? And it's going to come with time, but it definitely has been slowly happening over the last few years as esports in particular has become more and more popular and slowly starts to take over a lot of overall gaming content.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess you mentioned content creators. So we know that, we already discussed that onus is on community, individuals, and companies. But should people be a little bit harsher on content creators because they do have this platform, and people do look up to them, they follow. So should they carry more social responsibility than, say, the average person?
I definitely think so. I think that a lot of content creators are just people, like average people who start streaming a game that they really like, and then as they become more known and viewed, they might not know what to do with that. They're not really trained to be celebrities, but they do have a large platform and they have a responsibility to moderate and like take note of the content that they're sharing, because there are young people watching them, there are impressionable people watching them, and there are people who look up to them and try to mimic their behavior.
Yeah, I mean, everyone should be held accountable for all of their actions, obviously. But if you're somebody with a platform at all, like, that needs to be something that's in the forefront of your mind when you are doing something in the public light. Like, especially a lot of gaming content creators, like, whether they like it or not, have a young audience, especially ones that post like clickbaity thumbnails with bright colors on YouTube. Like, they have young audiences, even if they try to flag their content as 13 plus. Elementary schoolers will still watch, and they know that. And you have to you have to take that responsibility of, like, I cannot try to teach the next generation that, like, acting a certain way is okay. And, like, if you make a mistake, or like if you do something that is not how you should be behaving when you have that kind of audience, like, you need to take full responsibility for that, and like try do what you can to, like, not only learn and grow as your own person, but like share with your audience what was wrong and why you can't act like that as well.
Yeah. At the end of the day, I would say it's, again, we talked about Roe v. Wade earlier, but I think there is an overall responsibility for us as leaders, whether that's a leader because of the kind of content you make, because you lead teams at your company. Um, we all need to do our part to try and be good humans. And being good doesn't mean perfect. We're all going to mess up. We're all going to make mistakes. Heck, I lead teams across the globe and I mess up all the time, right? But like Taylor said, it's about recognizing when you make mistakes or when you can do better. And I think with content creators, it's difficult because they don't necessarily have a league or an overseeing body to help provide some of that structure or guidance. And because a lot of content creators fall into their success very quickly, right? As we know, when you find success, a lot of people come out of the woodwork that perhaps might not be the best influence and can have the opposite effect on someone who might need more guidance and support making those decisions. Um, and it really just comes back to maturity and life experience. And unfortunately, it means learning the hard way sometimes, which is hard because then it also means, that there are other people who might be influenced along the way. But really just holding our leaders accountable regardless of how they lead or where they lead.
Awesome. So we touched on actually a bit of the making mistakes. We're human. We make mistakes. That's okay. But kind of, I think it was probably about 2 years, 2 or 3. Pandemic has made my brain go mush with timelines. 2 or 3 years ago, we started seeing more cancel culture, and that has become one of those key words where it's you have one side where it's like cancel culture is kind of good sometimes because you're canceling the really toxic people, but then it's also, oh, we're going to use cancel culture against good people who may have made a couple mistakes. Um, and so when it comes to like content creators, some do make the mistakes and are affected by essentially the cancel culture, but they make the apologies. So what are kind of, in your opinions, what are some things that I guess people who have made mistakes can do to show that, they are authentic, that they are sorry for what they're actually doing? Because some people don't believe them, even if, you release an apology video.
Yeah, I think it's very situational on like what you did, right? Because somebody who assaults another person, like that's very different than saying a no word on stream, right? So like for the sake of this, let's say that you say some kind of slur on stream. The first thing that you should do is not do that. But if you do that, the thing you should do is immediately not only apologize, because like anybody, don't do a notes app apology. Do not do like a twit longer. You have to, and don't do a YouTuber apology either with the all lowercase, like I really messed up dot 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 with like a sad thumbnail. Like you have to really be sorry, and if you are really sorry, that will convey itself naturally. Of course, there's always going to be just weird people who want to make problems, but the majority of people, if you are sorry and you are like, here's what I'm going to do to try to be better, will believe you and will like take you seriously and that you want to be better. You're not owed forgiveness. That's something that I think content creators need to understand. Like if you alienate part of your audience in some way, you cannot expect them to forgive you for apologizing for alienating them. People are allowed to be upset. But if you genuinely are like, I'm going to learn, I'm going to become a better person, then you will over time be able to get some kind of audience back, I think.
Yeah, our society is very much about instant, right? We're always looking for the fastest response, we're looking for the fastest solution, the fastest fix. I mean, heck, I just went on vacation, and one of like the camera I use the most is my Instax camera because I could get a picture right away, right? Or I use my phone because I could take that picture and immediately send it to everyone, and then everyone could post it on social right away, right? Or, oh, I'm hungry. What am I going to do? Well, I could cook dinner, or I could just order food and then it magically shows up, and it was minimal work and it was fast. And it's, when we make a mistake, like Taylor said, our thought is that we just want to apologize for it and then quickly move on, right? There's embarrassment, and there's shame and guilt when we make mistakes. But the reality is it takes time. And again, like I keep bringing up the maturity piece, but it really does take a lot of maturity to recognize that you have to put in the effort, and you have to go through more of those learning moments in the way. Like you genuinely have to show that you want to learn and educate yourself. You can't just say sorry and post an apology video and be done. Like you need to spend time with those communities that you've upset and understand why you've upset them, and really get to the humanity of it, and have those learning moments for it to feel genuine.
Yeah, I agree with Dom and Taylor. I think that with our culture, we always push content creators to respond as soon as a mistake happens, and they might feel pressured to immediately respond or say sorry, but they don't take the time to understand why what they did was wrong, or they don't directly address what they did. But I think that it does take time to learn from a mistake, and when you're learning from a mistake, a lot of people will still like be under your post and bring it up again. And I think that people kind of connotate cancel culture with this, like if someone is doing anything, then they'll just bring up the mistakes that they made in the past. But it is important to recognize that some people won't forgive you for what you did, and it doesn't mean that you need to like leave the community or anything like that if it's, well, depending on the severity of the mistake, but it is important to recognize that it takes time and effort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, time and effort are definitely there, and I think with, of course, our age, YouTube, Twitch, content creators are young,
Mm-hmm.
and so they will make those mistakes, and they may freak out because they're like, "I did something really bad. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to fix it." So I do feel bad sometimes for like the younger ones because I think it's what 25 until your brain's fully developed.
Mm-hmm.
Like at 16, you're vastly different from what you would be at 25. But that is also a bit of the risk you take as a content creator in any space. But anyways, so I guess we can move on a little bit. So I've noticed that sometimes character design is very, very, I don't know I'm not sure what the right word is, but it's very
Gendered?
questionable and gendered.
Yeah.
Yeah, very gendered sometimes. Um, so do you think, I guess, what games and companies do you think have done a pretty good job at showcasing like maybe less of the gender, like the traditional gender features or racial features or anything like that? And I guess what kind of companies do you think may need to work on that a little bit with their diversity?
For gender, unironically, Elden Ring is perfect because like you make this character, right? And then nothing matters. Like whether or not you chose like a feminine or masculine base, like it does not matter. Your armor will look the exact same. You will swing the sword just as hard. Like that, it doesn't matter. It's just like for you to be like, I want to make this character look how I look, or like my OC or something.
Mhm.
But then there's other games like even something like Cyberpunk, which tried very, very hard in terms of like the character you play as V. They tried really hard to make it be welcoming, I guess, because they were like, oh, you can choose your body parts and like all of like the hairstyles and stuff aren't gender locked. But at the same time, whether or not you choose a masculine or feminine voice in that game matters a lot for how every NPC interaction, including with main characters of the game like Johnny, feel. And as somebody who is very uncomfortable in extremely gendered situations, I couldn't play it. Like, yeah, I got to make V look like me, but and I guess sound like me, but then I was getting called all these feminine terms all the time, and other characters were treating mine a certain way because of that. And you can argue, oh, it's commentary, but like I don't know. I think a lot of also Ubisoft games are doing well with that right now. I know Forza 5 you can choose pronouns, and they have, I mean, not only in terms of like gender, ability too. They have prosthetics and they have all of these different options so that you can really feel like yourself when you're playing.
Yeah, I actually didn't know Forza you could do prosthetics because I know I was thinking like I have some friends who are not fully able-bodied and we were talking about game design and characters. They're like, yeah, I wish I could be an amputee because that is me, that is part of my story. And then we also kind of got in the conversation of okay, but what if that's abused and kind of made fun of? And it's always like kind of the risk you run putting that feature in that it would be initially for the people who identify and want that, but it was at the other side that are like, ha, I'm just going to abuse that and turn it into negative, which is I think really tough for some game developers.
For sure.
Are any of you guys into Valorant?
Yes.
Okay, so I want to get your opinion on the champions in Valorant. Because I know something very different between League champions and Valorant agents.
I'm pretty new to Valorant. I haven't played a lot, but I do like the diversity of all the characters. They all look very cool, and the women and the guy characters, they all have their own things, and they're all from a different country, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I think when went into Valorant, I was actually very surprised that you knew like the profiles of each agent,
Mhm.
and none of them were overly sexualized
Yeah,
like I guess the standard of men need to look like this, women need to look like that,
yeah.
which is a little bit different from League of Legends because sometimes you have the very sexualized
Yes,
characters
there are
and
very sexualized characters in League, but I think there's also been like a larger diversity of female characters in League now, and there's so many different skins. So for people who may want to use a more sexualized character, those are there, but there's also other options. Like there's just a lot of different characters in League.
Mhm. Yeah, with 160 characters, they're I can't imagine if everyone kind of looked and had the same body type and features, but um all right. I guess so we kind of are going to close out soon, but just to kind of caveat into that, so for me, I actually ended up walking away from the gaming community for a few years just because of the toxicity. And I remember I was at a convention once and I got touched. And it was just out of the blue. Yes, I was in cosplay, but that again, cosplay is not consent. But for young individuals kind of wanting to get into the industry, what are some things they could probably do to protect themselves a little bit more and make sure that things like that don't happen, or that like they're not really as exposed to the toxicity of like all chat or something like that?
I think it's really hard to avoid these things. It's kind of something that you learn when you do join a gaming community. When I started playing MMORPGs, I had no idea of like the gender divide in video games because in Neopets, nobody knew what gender you were, nobody cared. But when I started playing this MMO, I was a female character, and I noticed there weren't a lot of female characters in each room. And then people would add me, and they would say, "Oh, are you a girl? Or are you a guy pretending to be a girl?" And I kind of figure out that people will sexually harass you based on your gender identity on a video game very quickly. And it's really hard to avoid, but I think that people just need to learn about it as quickly as possible because it's not something that you can just completely stay away from. And there are options like turning off chat and like yeah, just basically turning off chat and trying to avoid them, but you will come across it eventually.
Yeah, it's definitely young people will experience these things outside of gaming too. Like these aren't things that are exclusive to gaming. And I don't think the responsibility is ever like on the victims to like
Mhm.
have to shield like I'm a cosplayer as well. Like I never have felt like, oh, I should wear a less revealing cosplay so that people stop making these comments. And I don't think that teaching that to sort of the people coming into the community is the right way to go about it. It's certainly like an entirely understandable reaction to like want to protect these young people, right? Who doesn't like want to help kids like have fun and succeed and like only have positive experiences? But I think the most important thing we can do is include them in the discussion of like these things are problems, and like as young people, how they respond to those is going to kind of set the standard going forward. So like including them in all of these things about sexual harassment in the gaming community, like age appropriate, obviously, but like, including them, telling them that, like, oh, being called these words, like, that wasn't very nice. People, like, those aren't words that people could be using. And, like, you know, I mean, depending on how young, like, at some point, parents also have to be involved. You probably shouldn't put your 4-year-old in just lobbies with random adults. But yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so I actually come from the not only from the gaming world but from the electronic music and nightlife world. I've spent many a night in questionable venues. Some might call them warehouses and underground bunkers. And so you meet all sorts of people, and again, as a woman, sometimes you go solo to a show and you wonder, like, is this venue safe for me to go to by myself? Do I need to try and make friends on like Facebook or Instagram or somewhere before I go? um i I do agree with Taylor that the onus should not be on us as the attendees to protect ourselves. I think identifying which venue or event organizers make the effort to create this safe space and safe community is really important. I know a lot of conventions and events have protocols and very clearly identified event support staff in place where, if you do have an issue, you can call this number, you can DM this account, you can find someone in a pink vest or something where that there is support available there. But I think it also goes back to almost, we'll call it putting your money where your mouth is. If you know that there are, and it's hard because obviously as you are coming up in the industry, you want to be visible and you want to build your brand and you want to be present at the big events. But at the same time, I think it's really important that we are identifying which leaders are ones that support us and therefore that we should support them back. And it can be hard to not attend big events where that it could be beneficial for your career. But at the same time, if you are at an event and something goes wrong, that could actually be harmful to you. And not only to you, but to the people around you. And do you want to put someone else in that position? So really making sure that you are being very thoughtful about which events you attend and which organizers you support. And I think also just being vocal about that with people. There are places where I feel more comfortable going because I know that there are like-minded people there who will also look out for me the way that I would look out for them.
Mhm. Awesome. So we are kind of about at the end of our panel. This is some really good conversation that I guess we were having with each other. And I think one of the really cool things about the gaming and esports community is that there is actually a very large network of women and non-binary folk who are there for each other. And I know like some people will even post on Twitter, be like, hey, I'm going to this event. If anyone needs a friend, hit me up, let me know. I think that's something that's really cool that I guess under a bit of our marginalization and pain and suffering in a sense, that we're able to kind of create those bonds and just learn how to trust other women that we will be safe with each other, we will look out for each other. So I think that's something that's really cool about our industry. But to wrap this all up, is there kind of anything you guys would like to say, any shout outs or any kind of takeaway messages for people watching us now?
I just wanted to say that I was really grateful to have the opportunity to speak on this today. When I was first starting to play League, I was a 14-year-old girl. I didn't know many other women in the community, and I never thought that something like this would be possible or that it was happening around. But now I see like so much growth and change in the community, in the industry, and I'm so grateful for all the opportunity I have now. And even though it's probably too late for me to go pro, but I know that there are so many girls trying to go pro now, and that just makes me so happy because I feel like it's something that's actually possible. And I just wanted to say thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, I'm incredibly grateful as well to be able to come here to speak on this. As a executive in a collegiate esports org team, I don't know what you'd want to call it. My school's esports team. It's uh, great to be here, but also I feel like the responsibility is on all of us young people in this industry who aren't professional yet, semi-pro, grassroots, whatever you are. It's on us to make these positive changes and to carry them forward as we break into the industry and rather than I don't know, be optimistic. Things are getting better pretty rapidly. And people care. There are always people care about you. You are welcome in gaming, you're welcome in esports. And yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on. I know that obviously I don't live in Canada anymore, but giving back to the Canadian scene, it's my home country. It will always be my home. Is really important. I'm a bit older, and I've been around esports a bit longer. So, I any opportunity that I have to help people learn through what I've been through, so then that way people don't have to go through that same suffering and go through those same struggles. Absolutely, I'll take it. Like Taylor said, the industry is getting better, and I know that D&I can be a really heavy topic, and it can be awkward and uncomfortable for some people to talk about, especially for for people who don't identify as women or non-binary. it can be really difficult to go against the grain. But being able to have these kind of discussions, they don't just stop with this panel. You might hear something here that you take away later. Um, what we talk about might influence a future career decision, or it might influence, what kind of team you join or what games you get into. Just take every moment that you can get, and anyone that you can meet that can be an ally in your journey, absolutely go with it. Because you don't. I mean, you could meet someone in a Twitch chat, like Paige said, you could meet someone in Twitch chat or in a game that could change your life. And I think especially for diverse folks, you'll find people like you one day, and it takes a while to get there, and it's hard and uncomfortable. But you will meet people that you drive with and that you might work with one day.
Awesome. So thank you again to Paige, Dom, and Taylor for being here with us, talking about diversity, kind of opening that conversation up. It is greatly appreciated that how open you all are. But anyway, so that does kind of take us to the end of the panel. We will be taking a half-hour break and coming back with our last panel of the day, Level Up Gaming Event Planning and Execution. We will see you all then.
Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/mesportsunited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon. Esports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/mesportsunited to stay up to date with more MECI news. Now enjoy the rest of the Canadian Intercollegiate Exhibition. We'll see you soon.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our last panel of the day, Level Up Gaming Event Planning and Execution. Today, we are joined by 4 amazing event planners, Emily, Chris, Benson, and Dom. So thank you all for being here. And of course, especially if you've been on the panel before, we are going to start off with the same 3-4 basic questions. So tell the audience a little bit about yourself, what you do, and how long you've been gaming for. Anyone is free to go first.
I'll start, I guess, because I was on the last one. So my name is Dom. I've been in esports since 2013. I've been gaming since I was in elementary school. Actually, younger than that. Started playing Super Nintendo in my basement, Super Mario World. Later moved to Game Boy and Pokemon Blue, and really got into esports with Call of Duty Black Ops 2.
Cool.
Awesome.
I can go next, if that works.
Yeah, definitely go for it.
Sorry, just wanted to double check. But yeah, I'm Emily. I'm current VP Events of SFU EA. I've been gaming for quite a long time. Before elementary school as well. I've been doing esports since I was grade 11 for my esports clubs in high school, and I guess I'm still doing that here. I play a lot of League of Legends. Played that since I was 12. Still here for unfortunately, but yeah, that's pretty much it.
I can go next. I'm Chris. I've been doing following gaming since elementary school also, but I recently got into like collegiate esports and everything right like the start of COVID, so 2019, and I've been in it since then, mainly doing collegiate stuff.
And I guess I'm last. So, yeah, my name is Benson. I'm the current president of TMU Esports. I previously worked at G2 Esports, Dignitas, and a bunch of other places. I've been gaming and in the esports industry since I was around 13 or 12. I started with my first event when I was a 12-year-old, surprisingly, and then I just worked my way up from there. So now I'm just doing collegiate and hopefully doing more when I do graduate next year.
Awesome. Okay, so now that we all know each other a little bit, kind of the next intro icebreaker question is, what is your all-time favorite game, and what game are you currently obsessed with?
All-time favorite game for me would be, I think I actually gave a different answer in the last one, but Pokemon is always going to be my go-to, or a go-to. I was that kid that carried around too many batteries for my original Game Boy. I thought I needed 3 sets of batteries everywhere I went, and my parents told me I did not need 12 AA's, and they were extremely wrong. I needed all 12. But a game I'm currently playing is League of Legends. I've been playing since season 3. I don't have as much time to play games because I spend so much time working in games. But League of Legends is a nice go-to because I can always hop into a couple ARAMs and I don't feel as committed as I would if I was playing solo queue.
I could go next, so we go a different order. My all-time favorite games are probably my first game I started playing was Halo, so it's either Halo or like the Dark Souls series. I really like those type of games. And then the game I'm currently into a lot is Valorant right now, and then League of Legends also. But Valorant's been it for me right now.
Awesome.
For me, I think League always has held a special place in my heart. Love-hate relationship, because it's, I guess, how I got into doing esports club, and I've made a lot of irreplaceable friendships, both online and in person through League of Legends. So I wouldn't say that's my all-time favorite game, but like, it's really special to me, I guess. And right now, I'm not into anything at the moment, but I'm looking into getting into Persona 4 or any really good story-driven games on the PC.
Yeah, I guess I'm last. Yeah, I think my all-time favorite game, I'm going to give a different answer from the last one I gave. I think is right now Final Fantasy 14. I do have a lot of their artwork and albums on my wall right now, but yeah, I think it's one of the best storytelling games ever. Considering it's an online MMORPG, it's still pretty single-player friendly. And the game I'm obsessed with right now is like Valorant. I've been climbing the ranks slowly, but yeah, it's just like really nostalgic for me because I used to play CS a lot. So I think Valorant's like one of the top contenders for like the best esports style in my opinion.
Awesome. Okay, so we will move on to some of the more focused gaming and event planning events. Starting with, take us through kind of the process of, creating an event. Kind of, we'll start with kind of the conception of an event. Like, how do you know what event you want to run? Who kind of typically comes up with it? And how long does it take you to work on that kind of conceptualization of what you want to do?
So I work at Esports Engine, which is one of the most well-known production companies in our industry. For us, events really depend on what the client is looking for. So for us, we run programs that are anywhere from grassroots to the collegiate level, all the way up to AAA season-long programs. Sometimes clients come to us with a vision in mind. Sometimes they say, hey, this is our target demographic, or this is what we're looking to achieve, but we don't know how to get there. And so sometimes you have to start with what that end goal is and then work backwards. And sometimes just helping them refine what the journey or the overall plan looks like. A lot of it is really just understanding, what are people looking for, and how can you give them an authentic organic experience, regardless of how big that experience is, right? I come from Call of Duty originally, which started out with MLG back in the day, and MLG quickly grew from like hotel ballrooms all the way up to stadiums. But it didn't matter how big the venue was; you always still had that intimate, tight knit community feel. And so, really understanding what people are looking for and what is important to the community, is something that you need to find through any size of event.
To build off that, in like terms of collegiate, it depends on like the scale or what type of event you're doing, be it online or in person. Online, you typically need like a less time frame, but you still and I like to give at least 2 months because sponsors and everything. But if it's like in person, you need more time to find the venue, get the venue reserved and everything. So it all depends on if you're doing online or in person for how long you need to far in advance you need to plan.
Yeah, definitely. Oh,
I
sorry,
com-
go for it, Emily.
no worries. Yeah, I completely agree with that. I've only been running events since last year, at least at the collegiate level, and of course last year it was still during COVID, and I also entered university during COVID. So when I really recently, a few months ago, started planning out in-person events, I realized you needed a lot more time compared to online events. That's just what I was used to for about a year. So I'm learning a lot, and about the same time frame, at least 2 months is definitely ideal.
Yeah, and always like the time frame is always like adjusting whether like what needs you have. So every time I plan an event, I have a list of literally everything I need to account for, and most of the time it won't be completed till like a month or two afterwards. So it's always a work in progress. But always looking at those time frames, and you do research for every single type. And I think a lot of people overshadow um like the type of events they're going for. So it can, even if it's like small scale or large scale, you're still looking at like focusing on a target audience and really narrowing down what exactly you want. And that needs to be communicated to literally everyone, the event staff, the sponsors, the event organizers, everything. So understanding each section of the event is really good to outline, and I think that's what a lot of event organizers have been doing in the past. And it's something that really needs to be targeted, because you can make like a really big event, but if you don't know who's going to these events, you're not really going to hit the mark, right? So it's really important to really hit those fine details and know what your audience is.
I guess in terms of, we'll say we'll start with sponsors. What is kind of the ideal length of time you give sponsors? I know some companies say, ask us. We have kind of an open period once every quarter, so you get 4 chances a year. Of course, depending on how large your event is. But I guess we'll say something that is pretty large scale. How long do you all kind of typically leave for sponsors to get back to you and all of that?
It depends on the scope of what you're looking for from them. I would say particularly with the shift back to in-person events, as Emily mentioned, anything that involves either an in-person's presence from them, if they're having a booth there, if they're sending any product, especially on the Canadian side, if you are dealing with any U.S. or international partners leave more time for customs, because I cannot stress enough how difficult it is to get things through customs right now across the world. Yeah, if you're dealing with an in-person event, I would say at least 2 months, probably more, because again, there's just a lot of demand for sponsors and wanting to expand your events, and sponsorship is a very easy way to do that. Online presence, I would say no less than 4 weeks out, just given that, you know, this when you're doing an online event, it's much easier for the scope to change because you don't have some of those limitations in place. And so you really want to make sure that your graphics package, any of your talking points for your talent, any player assets or marketing materials that need to go out, that you have enough time for those to go through the proper approvals on the sponsor side. And those can take longer, especially if it's a partner with a parent company, where the approvals might go through a separate division through the parent company.
Mhm.
To build off that, I think it also depends on your like connection to the sponsor. If it's something you worked on with the past, you can give them a less time frame because you know what they're asking for, so you should be able to go through it faster. But if it's a brand new company that you've never worked with, or they've changed some stuff, like some other not strategies, some of their like plans or stuff like that, you might need to give them more time. So I like to give always like a time frame I always do, minimum 1.5 months from the event start date. But that's if you know the sponsor and like have a good connection with them. So without the good connection, you just go up from there. 2 months, 3 months. More time is always better, in my
Mhm.
opinion.
Yeah, definitely. Sponsors are hard to get sometimes, and you have to be kind of the 1% that catches their attention. Is there any advice you all would give to people out there looking to get into events and get sponsors, whether it's for events or personally? Some like really good things you can put into like a sponsorship deck that would get you to that 1% that gets a call back or gets an email back.
For me, it's always putting as much detail as possible so you know how the event's gonna run. For me, if I'm running a large scale event, for example, I'm running a really large scale event in Toronto in November, but we've actually been planning this a year back. So those really fine details, like what's the format, which venues are we looking to book? Because some venues you actually need to book a year in advance because sometimes they're that big or they plan everything out in like every year, right? So you definitely need to plan ahead and think about that. You don't need to have every single detail listed down. You don't need talent that early, but having those fine details shown where, hey, we thought about the venue, we thought about who's going to be sponsoring, we thought about what type of stuff we're going to be doing, what kind of equipment. If you show that you have all those details laid out and a plan to move forward, because an issue I find with a lot of sponsorship decks that do get rejected, and I have talked to other companies about sponsoring, right, is that they have a vision but they don't actually have a plan to execute. So the best ways you can do that is in your panel deck, you can show off your staff who are working on which project, show kind of like the past work they've done, and show that your team is really able to execute and also bring the fulfillment to the whole event. Because once you show that, it shows that the sponsor knows that you're ready to go and the event will be successful at least. So as long as you can prove that, I think that's like a guarantee, almost like a guaranteed sponsorship, in my opinion. That's the way I've been planning out my pitch decks. And also make them look nice. The best tool I can advise is Canva because it's mostly free, and the Pro is a lot of free subscriptions, and it's pretty cheap if you do pay for Pro. So that's my recommendation if anyone wants to make pitch decks and also approach sponsors, because at the end of the day, no event is free, and you're going to need money. So that's the biggest thing I can recommend.
Also check your spelling and your formatting in your decks. It sounds really silly, but if you're not using like the bulleted option, or if you're just typing one period space, your spacing is going to be off, and it's those little details that will make the deck look sloppy. And if you're already as a sponsor or as a partner, if you're seeing those kind of that lack of attention to detail this early in the process, it makes them think, okay, well, why would I give my money if this could just get worse based on what I'm already seeing?
Mhm. Yeah, I think that's definitely some really good advice from everyone. I think, the spelling, especially, is like it's very minute, but it matters. It's all about the presentation. Like aesthetics do matter, themes and colors do matter. Um, but anyways,
To build on that,
yeah,
sorry.
sorry, go for it.
Something I've always liked to do is I'm not good with like graphics and all that. When I finish the deck from like information standpoint, I always ask my graphic designer to help out with it, that take advantage of them. They might not know how to like build the deck or what to talk about the sponsors, but they definitely know how to make it look good. So always take advantage of other people that are part of the event for other parts if it makes sense. So
Yeah, definitely events are one of those big operating machines where it's not just you, it's not just them, it's everyone really being on one page, being super cohesive. That being said, what have you guys found to be the hardest part of event planning? And we'll say first off, in-person event planning.
For me, the biggest ones right now are the physical logistics. So particularly travel and accommodations. I live in Berlin in Europe, and everyone is traveling right now. And European flights that used to be 20 euros are now 100 plus one way. So finding availability and finding pricing that fits within the event budget is one challenge. Um, and then also COVID policies. Finding COVID policies that all of the partners feel comfortable with, that players feel comfortable with, that venues feel comfortable with, and having all of that aligned early enough in case anyone that's traveling needs to get testing, copies of vaccination records, etc. Because again, with everyone traveling, you need time to collect all of that documentation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I completely agree that time is a really huge one. It's like with all these online events, students can just, in the evening, they can just hop on Discord and join our event. But nowadays, you have to consider, like, oh, we should do this during reading week. But during reading week, right after that, people have midterms. Also, you have to consider all the schedules of university students, at least for the events that I plan. So timing is a super, super tricky one, and I'm still learning how to get the exact right timing for people to join our events.
Yeah, that is time. I think even with this event, like as much as we plan in the future, we're always rushing. I don't know if there's any advice you guys would give to just how do you kind of not rush so much? Because it always seems like, oh, this pops up, that pops up, fix this, fix that. Hey, it's the morning of. By the way, I can't make it. Kind of deal. Is there anything like you all do to like kind of backup plans or safeguarding from adding that stuff onto like your stress levels?
I can just recommend, because like with any scale type of event, these issues will always happen. I worked for like Fan Expo, for example. I did work for like EGLX and a bunch of other like like large scale like popular events, and there's always issues every single year. And sometimes they're the same issues, like stuff not coming in on time, someone not showing up, stuff being delayed, late, anything. So always expect it. And what I always recommend for people, especially if you're doing like a large scale event or something where something can mess up and you know it might happen, always just carry a backup and try to think of like alternatives. So for example, if let's just say you're hosting a LAN, but some of the PCs show up late, what alternatives can you give to people? So that could be like setting up separate stations or having backup PCs if the match isn't too delayed, stuff like that. And just always thinking ahead and just having the backup plans is like the biggest thing you can have to reassure yourself. But just always know that no matter how big your event is, something will always mess up. So just always get ready and don't stress yourself out about it, because at the end of the day, you're trying your best and some stuff might not always work out, you know.
to add to that
Yeah.
about having backup plans, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Make sure you always have buffer time between, like, don't put people back to back to back. Give time for people, like you have a main stage. Give people time to get on, get ready, get off the stage. Don't have like League of Legends ending at 4:30 and then Valorant starting at 3:35. You need to have more time to allow people to go on and off the stages and everything like that.
I definitely agree about the contingency plans. Always have spare equipment. You might have, especially with COVID, you might have staff that test positive on the day of or when they're traveling in, and they might not know it until they're already supposed to be en route. So having alternative plans for roles and responsibilities, assignments, how do you shuffle people around? The other big one is knowing when to just say no. I can't accommodate this change. I work in client operations, so I'm a project manager, and my job is to say no a lot, and while also trying to say yes where I can to make the client happy. But there are times where, as much as we want to say yes and to be able to do everything, sometimes for the sake of the event and the production and for other stakeholders, you have to be willing to say no in order to balance everyone out the best. So recognizing when to say no and when to do it in a polite, no, we can't do it this way because, and being that subject matter expert and that leader, making sure that you're taking everyone along on that decision.
Yeah, I think no. I think it's very interesting. Some people have issues saying no because we do want to do our best. We do want to accommodate, but yeah, no really is no sometimes. But yeah, so I guess this is probably more of a question for Emily and maybe more Benson. Are there any differences you've noticed going from college and university events to kind of the more something like DreamHack or TwitchCon or just, I guess, outside of the collegiate world?
Definitely a lot. The operations kind of stay the same. It just goes way massive scaled. So let's say you have a team of like 10 in collegiate, that goes up to 100, but everyone's kind of doing the same role. And then in terms of like structure and how like the event runs, it's definitely a lot more like strict and prepared. Collegiate is just everyone's like college student or university student, so it's all very relaxed and chill, and people know what they want. But the big problem with a lot of these big events is that you're not just restricting yourself to collegiate students, right? You have to think about, so for example, like Fan Expo, you have to think about, hey, we're gonna have kids, seniors, adults, people with disabilities coming in, stuff like that. Is our place accessible? Stuff like that. And really like nailing those fine points that you had to think about. And it all comes down to more like consideration for your attendees. Because at the end of the day, you want yourself to also have fun at this event, and you want to know how people have fun, right? Because if you're an event planner and you're just thinking about how am I going to run this event, you also got to think about how will people experience my event, right? And in person, it's really important. So that's why you had to like scout out the venue a lot, go through the routes. And collegiate is just very much more relaxed. Like you can spend like a day or two planning, but when you're doing those large scale events, it's really just months of just nailing down one point. And sometimes the answer isn't always easy. It's like I think for one of the meetings we had, especially about accessibility, it took us weeks of meetings just because we had to scout out the venue, see what we can secure, call up who can give us equipment to use, call another place because that place was too expensive. And there's so many steps, but collegiate's kind of just one off, have a weekend meeting, and that's it. But yeah, just like putting in more work and just being unique, I guess. But collegiate honestly just is a really good step to going to more focus events. So it's definitely something that you should still do. And I think it's really recommended that you do collegiate events first before moving on to those large scale events.
Yeah, I haven't personally planned any large scale professional type of events, but I do know the very glaringly obvious difference between collegiate events and professional events is that collegiate people, they don't get paid. We're simply just students. And at the professional level, people can very easily be held accountable because they have a job, they're getting paid, they have to do this. But at the collegiate level, it's best for people to be held accountable for these things, but there's not much you can actually do. And when things go wrong, a lot of the times it's due to this issue of, I guess, in the end, it's just a club, right? It's not too serious, but yeah, it's nice if people have, the same amount of passion as they might have at a professional level.
Yeah, for sure. Kind of students running events is definitely hard because you guys are all doing this voluntarily and you're putting yourselves through the stress, but you're also kind of doing this, I assume, for both of you because you want to. You want to do things in something you're passionate about, and that will segue to what is kind of the most rewarding part of running events for each of you. Does anyone
I'll start.
go first? Okay.
Yeah. So I come from team operations before I moved into client and account management. And it can be really difficult sometimes working with creators, players, teams, especially at a younger age, because sometimes it can feel like what you do is taken for granted or isn't appreciated. You know, people don't always fully understand how much sleep you lose trying to put on a great event, and that, you know, even though you are seen as the bad guy for saying, no, I'm not going to allow you to bring 5+1s with you to the event, each player gets 1+1. You know, at the same time, when you have players, teams, even clients who come back and you've gone through all of those difficult times and those challenging conversations, and you have that moment of like, thank you for everything you've done, and you can see that they've had that light bulb moment of appreciation. That to me makes it all worth it. That, and sometimes when you just walk through the crowd of an event and you just like, you see how much fun people are having, and you know, you take off the badge and they don't know who you are, you're just mingling through the crowd, and you can see like the smile people have when they, you know, when they see their friends that they haven't seen for the first time in 2 years, or they get to meet their favorite creator. Those small moments definitely make it worth it.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the one singular thing that is my favorite part of running events is when, you know, in person you can see people meeting new people, and then at the very end they finish playing games with each other. They were complete strangers beforehand, then you see them exchange socials with each other. I think that's the best part for me. That's my favorite part of running events.
Benson or Chris?
Yeah, you can go first, Ben. I'll go last. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely seeing like people enjoying the event is like the biggest highlight for me all the time, especially when you see like, especially when you're not sure something's gonna work out and then you're kind of like experimenting and you see it do work out. It's like pretty exciting to see. Like I think one of the examples I can give is like EGLX. We ran like a Bell fan zone booth, and we weren't sure if PUBG was going to be the right game because it was so, because at that moment PUBG was like the most popular game, but we were doing like custom game modes, like custom settings. We weren't sure if people were going to enjoy it. And all of a sudden we have like a crowd of like 100 people crowding over 40 PCs, and seeing a lot of people get hyped for like a custom match where you can only use a crossbow and people are just running each other over with cars and stuff is just like really exciting to see. And you're like, damn, that idea actually really worked. Let me try new stuff. And it really gives you hype for future events because you really want to try new things, right? And seeing your event work, seeing, even if it fails, you're still going to get excited for the next one because you know what didn't work, and then you're going to go to the drawing board again and try new things and see how it works out.
Yeah, so to continue off what Ben said, my favorite thing is seeing stuff that you come up with come to fruition and people, the attendees enjoy it and they have fun. That just means the most to me, that an idea that you had, they thought maybe would or wouldn't work, to have attendees come out and enjoy it. An example being I do like collegiate events online. In the past, we did like these game shows that when we were early on crafting them or coming with the idea, we thought not many people would come and watch them. But then seeing on Twitch, like the numbers going up and up into like the hundreds, it was really exciting that people came and enjoyed it more than we thought they would. So it's moments like that that make it all worth it. All the hours staying up late and everything, planning, makes it all worth it.
Mhm. Yeah, I think even with this event, you know, watching people in chat, watching it get tweeted, and people hearing and kind of, you know, one, be excited for the tournaments, two, be excited for panels, and three, you know, just people getting interested in gaming and coming and kind of learning something new is really cool. It is almost like an addictive feeling, I think. That I think all of us know it's the anxiety and the high we get from planning all of this, making sure it goes right, and then kind of the high, like it's not a high flat line. That I don't know how to describe that, but just the continued copium when things are going right. But that enjoyment and that copium is so great, but it does come with, pre-game jitters and anxiety and stress levels because you want to do well. So what are some things you guys do kind of to relax before the event, or like right before the event to like calm yourself down, or relax after the event, after everything's over and you kind of finally get that breathing room?
I can go first. So, something that I like to do that helps me relax beforehand is like, say if the event's going live like an hour before and online, I like to just run through everything, make sure it's all good, and then I just walk away from my computer for like those 30 minutes to give me some time to breathe. Because for the event, I'm going to be at my computer like the entire day online, so I like to give myself some time to breathe beforehand. So that's something I do to relax.
Since I'm on the project management side, I have the exact opposite. I'm the person running around 30 minutes before the show and like up to literally right before we go live, making sure that everyone's hair is fixed, that the client is happy, and that they're all set up and good to go. The team has everything they need, and then I find with our shows, it's always the first few minutes, right? Once the show gets going and you're kind of into the first game, then I can start to breathe a bit more, and then I step away and I and same thing. Yeah, you just take that moment to breathe, kind of pause for yourself, because it is very easy for the emotions and the adrenaline to be overwhelming, not in a bad way, but it's a lot going on and it's exciting. And it is good to recollect yourself, especially because you want to be at your best in case something happens.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and just kind of like echoing, like just always taking a step back, no matter what stage of the event, and just looking at what you've accomplished is definitely a really good way to relieve a lot of those jitters. Also, just talking to your friends at the event, for example, especially if it's an in-person event, you just want to just calm down, experience the event as a guest and not just as a person running this for like 30 minutes is like perfectly fine. And always just making sure you're like healthy as well. Because I used to do this when I ran events, especially larger scale events, is I would get too anxious about the event where I wouldn't really eat anything or drink anything. And then halfway through the event, I just start like almost passing out because I didn't eat or drink anything. So definitely taking care of yourself and just taking those breaks, because the event, I would say like close to like 60-70%, depending on your role, is just planning it. And once you're actually running it, it's kind of a lot more smooth sailing. So just taking those step backs and just really relaxing and just realizing that you've accomplished this and it's running well is the best way to relieve those jitters.
+1 for Ben's suggestion about drinking water. Especially, we appreciate all of our partners who support our events, but making sure that if you have any sort of beverage partner, that you are alternating that with water, just like they recommend on the packaging, because it's very easy to quickly be 3 or 4 energy drinks in and then go, oh my goodness, why am I not able to type out this message properly because I haven't had water yet.
Awesome. Yes, Emily, is there anything you do to kind of eliminate that anxiety?
Well, I still definitely have it even after just running events for quite a while. But I think that what I need to do is that I need to stop running back to back to back to back events. That's what basically I've been doing since last year summer. I only really had a break like starting this May. Like I was constantly running an event. If I was finishing an event, I'd be running the next event, just starting planning for that. It would just completely constantly overlap with everything. And I definitely found that to be an issue, and I discovered that was an issue. So I'm trying to have at least a few weeks to myself, forgetting about the club, so I can be recharged and run even better events in the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think definitely taking that break, taking the time to kind of step away is super healthy because it's going to recharge yourself, but also not have you going for so long that you end up starting to hate running events because you don't even get to like enjoy that you did it sometimes, because it's like, hey, let's go do something else. Let's go plan something else. But do any of you kind of have any like post-event celebrations, rituals? Like, do you go with your friends, or do you sleep for 12 hours? Anything of that nature?
Depends if it's in person or online. If it's online, usually we do, like, if there were any major emergencies, then we might do a quick postmort about those. But otherwise, like, we encourage our teams to sign off right away, turn off notifications on Slack, email, especially because a lot of my project teams are global. So almost always we have someone who's doing an overnight, an early morning, a late night, so making sure that they're getting that time to go back and spend time with their families, reset their sleep schedules. In person, definitely more social celebrations in the evenings. Yeah, it's a good way of putting it.
Yeah, do any of you three have kind of post-event rituals, other than, of course, stepping away for a little bit?
Yeah, for online, it's typically just stepping away. I like to, for online events, if they end on Sunday, I like to give people like Monday, Tuesday off to relax and everything, and then Wednesday we start like doing the recap of the event to get the numbers out to the sponsors as soon as possible. But I like to give everyone at least a 1 to 2 day break so they can all just relax and have some fun with their friends and everything.
Yeah, definitely. And for me, online, both online and in-person events, I always try to like catch up with people I talk to at the event, whether it's like following them back on Twitter or just seeing like kind of like networking, right? And then also, I kind of learned this phrase from pro play back when I used to play professionally. We did like VOD reviews and stuff. Is that anytime you want to review something, take like a day or two, even like a week off, depending on how much time you have, to not look back at it, because you're going to be too emotionally invested into it, so you won't see it from a clear perspective. From events, this can be a really good way, because if you ran a really good event, you're going to be so hyped. You're going to be like, hey, we ran such a good event. We had so many attendees. And then when you do a review the day after, you're going to be like, hey, you're still going to have that post-event ride, right? So when you do come off of that high, you're just going to say, okay, here's what I can think about now that I have a clear head. So you always want to come into events with a clear mind afterwards, so you can look at it from a fresh perspective. Because if you just do it right after, you're going to get exhausted. You're going to have a different opinion. So definitely taking a step back and saying, hey, how did this event go? I organize it, but I also want to know what other people thought, what attendees thought, what everyone thought, and just getting all those opinions so you can make the next one even better.
Yeah, I guess speaking about kind of like the post-event meetings, sometimes your events don't go so well, and some people go far into say on social media, hey, this went wrong, I don't like this, and you get the criticism for something that's very much like your baby, like you work so hard on this. How do you guys kind of manage those emotions with that, and essentially try not to like tweet back at them, or kind of those kind of habits?
I mean, if it's constructive criticism, like it's a legit, concern, right? Obviously, you want to take that into account and take any kind of feedback, whether if you disagree with it or not, right? But a lot of those times, I used to do like graphic design as well. Like people aren't always going to enjoy your work, but it doesn't mean they're not going to enjoy it next time you do it. So you just gotta think about, hey, this guy, for example, we held like a LAN where he held multiple games, right? And this person was, let's just say he was into FGC, and he said, oh, FGC games weren't as represented well, or like the FGC tournament sucked, right? Then you can kind of look into that and kind of do investigation. But if they have just like a really, I don't want to say stupid, but like really like off-putting, just like emotionally
Snarky.
fueled response that has no correlation with any part of the event, just ignore it. People are always gonna hate on you regardless of what you do. So just ignore that and then move on. And then if it is criticism, just maybe take it a bit, but just also know that you don't have to do it as well.
Yeah. I guess Dominic, Chris, or Emily, like, do you find yourself kind of in that headspace of, haters are haters and kind of ignore them, or is it easy for you to kind of ignore I guess maybe not ignore, not take to heart some of the non-constructive criticisms?
It can be hard to put that aside, right? At the end of the day, we care about gaming and esports, and that's a big part of the reason why we do it versus doing event or project planning in another industry. So there is always a piece of your heart that goes into events, and I know that sounds really cheesy, but I think that's honestly how I feel about it. And so it can be hard, right, to have someone say, "Oh, I didn't like your event," or it wasn't fun. And when I get critical feedback, especially because a lot of my job is taking critical feedback from the client, internal partners, external partners, really understanding what they mean by that. Because a lot of times when you get critical feedback, it's either extremely specific, meaning they didn't like one particular thing, or it's, I just didn't like this event, it wasn't fun. And really trying to narrow that down into feedback that is tangible and constructive that you can act on for next time, and finding and making space to have an open conversation with them, because people are pretty receptive if you say, hey, I appreciate you sharing this feedback, could you be more specific so that we can improve on that. And when people feel like you're actually listening and that you're taking what they say to heart, you'll often find that either they didn't really mean it, or they didn't mean to come across as harsh, or they're open to sharing and they appreciate you taking that time and effort to listen and empathize and care about what matters to them.
To add to that and build off it a bit, a lot of the criticism I always read is from when I TO for like a tournament, like a League of Legends or Valorant and that type of stuff. So a lot of the feedback we get sometimes is like, oh, the pricing was bad, or oh, the bracket was not, built for me. Like it's just like the bad teams, like the worst players, like the gold players are mad that they went up against a diamond team. It's stuff like that that you take it with a grain of salt. It's like you do your best to make it so everyone can have fun, be it having one or two different brackets and everything like that. But some of the criticism, you take it with a grain of salt. You like, it makes sense when you're complaining about this, but ultimately there's nothing you can really change for future events unless these people, were to say bad to say, like, they get better at the game, or you get more sponsors that can offer more better pricing or like that. But it's always, just take all the criticism with a grain of salt, and then how you can go forward with that, and if you can improve off that.
Awesome. So I guess, learning to kind of step back, maintain a little head, understand that criticism are all some pretty good skills to have as an event planner. Do you think there are any very really important, essential hard or soft skills you would need to run a successful event or just run events in general?
Yeah, I can go with that. In my opinion, one hard skill you should always know is how to delegate, or you'll get overworked if you're the person in charge of the event. If you don't know how to delegate, something I sucked with at the beginning that I learned, I overworked myself in my early on events, sorry. And I was just really drained, really burnt out after it. On the second event, I got a better team that I delegated everything out to, and the event ran a lot smoother in my opinion because I had more people, more opinions in on it basically. So delegation, learn how to do that if you're the event lead.
Yeah, I completely agree. In situations like that, it's really easy to just put all of the work on yourself, because especially if, let's say, something goes wrong and you only have 2 days to do something, you don't really want to put that upon someone, even though that's their job and you should. You don't want to inconvenience them in that way, so you end up it's just so easy to put it upon yourself, and that is something that I've been struggling with for a while, but I'm getting better at it, and that is something that you should definitely develop from the very beginning of event planning, developing the skill.
I actually don't come from event planning before I joined Esports Engine. I come from project and program management. So with event planning, I found a lot of it is just being flexible and being open-minded and picking things up very quickly. I did not have experience working with venues. I was I was on the team side where we rock up and we're like, where's our green room? Where's our practice area? Why isn't our practice area set up yet? To being on the other side of going, oh my goodness, teams are arriving in 5 minutes and the practice stations have not been tested yet. So having flexibility and learning about all these different areas, particularly if you are on the production or project management side, you have to know a lot of key pieces of information about different areas. And similar to what Chris said, knowing when to not only delegate to your team members, but when to lean on them for information. And to say, you know what, like if someone asks you a question, you don't have the answer, don't say, I don't know the answer. It's, I will find the answer for you with a with a concrete timeline, and then being proactive and following up within that timeline. It's okay to not have all the answers, because again, then it puts that onus on you. But being the first to raise your hand and say, how do we as a team leverage all of our knowledge and information?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and definitely like learning about each team that you do have on board, especially when you're doing like large scale events where teams will be separated, right? And the only communication is if you actually walk over to their side of the area and then talk to them, right? But learning like slightly about each different section definitely helps a lot. So for even if you're doing like online, for example, if you're just directing the whole event, you want to learn a bit about the broadcast so you can actually direct questions to them without not knowing anything, is walking on the way. Is this, at least if you know something about it, then at least it makes the whole process easier because you actually understand what's happening, right? So like, for example, if you go to large scale events, I think one of the things that people learn is you don't mess with broadcasts and equipment. You stay away from that area and you just direct any questions to their like director or like their person who you want to ask questions to, right? So you slowly learn these kind of like tips of like the trade, right? And you slowly start adapting them into your own way, right? Because eventually you'll learn that, hey, broadcast works like this, sales works like this, merch works like this, like transportation, unloading, packing, everything. Once you slowly learn all those little areas, you become a better planner overall because you actually understand how everything works now. So once you've earned a lot of those like kind of like event badges, it'll make the whole process so much more smoother. And it might be a slow start at the beginning, but eventually you'll get that ball rolling, and then you'll start getting events every month. So it's a really tiring process, but very rewarding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, event planning is definitely that role where you just know a little bit of everything, and it helps immensely if you just have a little bit of knowledge of all the operations that go into running an event. You'll learn it eventually. You have to.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like a was it jack of all trades, master of maybe one, being leaders. But yeah, there's always, I find that there's always something new I'm learning in events. I think this time around, this is the first time I've kind of been on the production host side of it. I came in, was like, I don't know anything. Someone help me, someone teach me. But is there kind of something that you guys have learned more recently about, whether it's how to run, like, I guess, whether, is there something you have learned more recently about running events that you didn't know before, or even like something you learned because we transitioned from in person to COVID? I can see everyone's thinking a little bit. It's fine if you kind of know most of the things. But I guess, Emily, you do run SFUA, and you started in the COVID times and doing everything online, especially with schools and events. Was there anything that kind of changed for you when you actually were able to go to an in-person event post-COVID? Or it's weird to say post-COVID because we're not exactly over yet, but tail end of COVID, we'll say.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if there's anything much to be added to what I said earlier about comparing how to run in-person events versus online events. It's 100% again timing. It's always timing, and as shipping is super unpredictable. That is what I learned very, very recently. It says 2 weeks and then it comes in 7 weeks. It's kind of crazy. You definitely have to put those types of things into account. I again it's always timing for in-person events versus online events.
Mhm. Yeah, timing. Oh, sorry, go for it, Dom.
Oh no, I was gonna say I think tempering for me a big one was tempering the expectations and excitement of in person. Obviously we're really thankful that we can start gathering in person and being able to be physically as a community together in the same space. But I think a lot of groups and people, myself included, are appreciating the value of digital events more, and that that you can there's actually a lot more flexibility you get with it, and you can do some really cool things. Like our company is actually picked up on full cloud broadcasts during COVID, and not needing to rely on a full studio setup while still being able to deliver a studio level broadcast, which has greatly enabled us with the level of talent that we can bring. Right, a lot of workforces and employees don't necessarily want to live in cities where there's a studio anymore. So being able to still deliver for clients while also being able to give a great work experience for our employees has been one thing that we've really enjoyed. And also just the ability that I don't need to then deal with a commute afterwards or dealing with travel home. It's nice that after an event, I can just turn off my Slack and after my overnight show, just go back to bed. And it's 10 feet away.
Yeah, I think that's actually been a really interesting change for not only kind of this industry, but all the other ones where people are learning work from home is actually pretty nice. And why haven't we been doing this early? Why hasn't it been offered to us? In all of your predictions, do you think, work from home would still be like a thing, say in like 2, 3 years for something like production, where you can do it all remote, but should you or do you want to do it all remote?
I like the hybrid model. As I mentioned, I live in Berlin, but I actually work out of our London studio in the UK. And so because the main program I work on right now is Twitch Rivals, which is Twitch's esports program, and we do all of their EMEA programming. And so even though my team is in the studio more often, I still have the flexibility to come in once a month or so, and be on site with them. But even for our production teams, they're really only in the studio if there's a build day or if it's a show day. Besides that, we have a lot of folks who actually live well outside of the London area because London is very expensive and they want to be able to have a normal home life and achieve their dreams. So for us, it has been really important that we can be remote. But for certain roles, there is value in having people at least within a reasonable commute distance to a studio.
Mhm. Yes, do any of you three kind of know, or I guess, what would you envision kind of in the future being split between in person, online, hybrid models, all of that stuff?
I can add to that.
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
you want to
can
go first, Ben. Okay.
You can go ahead first. Yeah.
In like the scale of collegiate, I think a lot of stuff being online is fine. But it's nice to have, like, for example, like you have your casters together in the same room. It allows them to be like to build off each other's energy a lot easier versus through a camera and all that. So I think it depends on which part of the event, which part of like the production or anything like that can be at home versus in the studio. Like the person that's running the stream could be at a totally different place at home. But I think having like the casters, for example, again, in the same room builds a lot of energy and that's good for them, that type of stuff. Where if you're in person, you can bounce ideas off each other a lot easier, that type of stuff. So I think it's split basically where it can be helpful, but it's not needed permanently.
Mm.
Yeah, and I think that some positions are definitely kind of like hard to replace online. So, for example, if you're doing like a live event, like the people in the studio can't be online. Like, there's no way. I mean, there are virtual switcher boards, but they're very bad quality compared to like the actual physical one, right? So some of that stuff is really hard to replace online. But I think definitely with the hybrid model, I definitely lean towards that because so many positions are available online. So, for example, if you're hosting an event in Toronto, you can have the guests on the panel just come in remotely, so you don't have to worry about having them actually flown in and stuff. And it gives the talent more flexibility, so they're actually more likely to come in via online rather than having to fly out to this event for 2 days and then just fly back and then nothing too much of value, right? So it does give a lot more flexibility and a lot more options as well, because I find that now that people are really leaning towards online work, you're finding a lot more online tools being like focused more and being upgraded more. Like, for example, like this whole production is being just run on through OBS and stuff. So find those really cool tools online definitely opened up a lot more possibilities. And I'm really excited to see how like esports and gaming also comes out of this, because you're seeing a lot more creative ways of presenting, like VCT, for example, in Valorant, doing those like big like hologram map designs and everything. And it's really cool seeing like the casters, even though they're remote, they still bring that same energy into like the games, like as if it's the LAN and there's no crowd though, but it still feels really hype, right? So I think it really shows that creativity and how people are evolving into those hybrid formats.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. +1 for what Ben said. I think particularly on the talent side, we've seen a lot of new on-camera talent kind of have their come up during COVID. And a big part of that has been because of the number of remote broadcasts and the number of TOs that have been running events during COVID, whereas previously there may have been more of a requirement to be on site. And if you aren't one of the big names, they may not have paid for your full travel and accommodations. And so you are seeing not only a lot of pros that are just starting to compete on stage now. Like as an example, my husband runs Mad Lions, which is one of the LEC franchises. And they just started playing on stage again for Summer Split starting a week and a half ago. And one of his players has never competed on stage before that because he started playing professionally during COVID. You have a lot of talent. I mean, same thing. One of the ERL casters had never casted in person, even though he'd been doing LPL, he'd been doing LEC, ERLs. Like he's been on the grind now for almost 3 years on your A tiers, and he's only just now casting in front of a crowd. So I think having that balance of digital opportunities, but also recognizing when it's appropriate to bring in talent and give them that development opportunity versus going for the bigger names like we typically did going into this whole situation.
Mm-hmm. Awesome. So that actually brings us about to the end of our panel. It's already been about an hour. I'm gonna say this panel's probably been the quickest one to fly by. But anyways, so we'll kind of wrap this up with, is there anything you guys would like to say? Any shout outs? If not, do you have any kind of tips for someone who is trying to get into event planning? I guess I'll put you a bit on the spot. Chris, how about we start with you?
Yeah, so tips in event planning. Easiest way to do it, find your collegiate club, join them, ask if you can shadow them during an event and learn from them. Don't lock yourself into one role at the very start. Try to shadow as many people as you can to learn. You don't have to shadow every single part of it, but shadow like the beginning, middle, end of different parts to find out what you like. And then from there, then you can go next event, offer to help more and everything from that. So just start small and then build up from there is the best way to get into events, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. Awesome.
And I can add some tricks that I've learned. Like I said early on, is delegation, that, and then proper time management in terms of before the event and of the event, making sure you manage your time well and everyone else around you. Make sure everyone's always happy and content with what they have. Don't give someone too much work.
Mm-hmm.
For me, it's definitely ask for help. Even if your own club doesn't have, the person running events, like maybe it's a new program or whatever. You can definitely contact people of other universities as well to help you out. They'll always be happy to do so. I know for me, at least for SFUEA, Jennifer has always been the best mentor figure for me for running events. So I can always look towards her for help. And it's definitely easier if you can find that person you can always ask for help from.
I can go next. Event planning, you don't necessarily have to plan to be in event planning to end up in event planning. Sometimes it's helpful to get experience in other specializations that you can then bring into a more generalist role within like project management or event planning. There is a lot of satisfaction in events of all sizes. As Chris said, a lot of us start smaller. In my case, I actually got thrown into my first event, which was actually a season-long program of 3 IPs for Supercell last year. So I kind of went through trial by fire for my first one. But having those single smaller events where you can really explore and figure out what you enjoy, and being flexible enough to move around as well. And just like I said earlier, being willing to learn and recognize that there's always more to do and somewhere else that you can try and continue to grow.
And I guess we'll close it out with you, Benson.
Yeah, I mean, like what everyone else has said, just try everything new. I can't guarantee that every experience is going to be bad. I felt like going to the volunteering at these small events, you definitely have some bad experiences, but ultimately they made me a better event planner because I'm like, hey, we went to this one event, I volunteered for it. They did this really bad. I'm going to learn from that and never do that at my event. So you might have to slug through some really bad events, but at the end of the day, if you're not putting in money, it's no value to you if it's really that bad, right? But when you are volunteering, just try to learn as much, try to meet new people, especially. The event scene, especially if you're in like your own local city, is very small. So everyone will kind of know everyone, and then you'll get those connections. So you might know this guy who's running an event. You contact him, you be in contact with him. You want to run your own event. Hey, this guy who ran this event had really good PCs. Rent it out for him. Can I find that same vendor? So like that. So to always make those connections, always be open to try new things, and just ultimately be really passionate about the whole industry. Just try to learn as much, and honestly, just get people involved. You'll make a small circle of friends throughout the way, and definitely keep in touch. And yeah, events are just really fun, and just be involved with it. Go to events as well. You can't enjoy it. You can't run events if you don't enjoy going to events. So that's the biggest advice I can also go to large scale, small scale. It can be like a 20-person social to like a 5,000-person event. So just try as much as possible.
Awesome. So thank you for all 4 of you for being here, coming to chat with us. It was all very informative and super fun. So with that, we are ending our event planning panel. So I'm going to say thank you again because I don't know why I can't stop saying thank you. But anyway, so we will actually be back in about a half hour with our League of Legends semifinals. Those will be best of 3 matches, and teams will be playing for a $650 prize pool. So definitely stick around for that.
Me Sports United is proud to announce Canada's dedicated Valorant Collegiate Invitational. MECI Valorant begins with Western and Eastern Canadian divisions. Tune in on July 23rd and 24th for our West Division qualifiers and July 30th and 31st for the East Division. Find our socials at linktree/mesportsunited to stay